Welcome back to the stream. Hopefully you're all doing well. I'm hanging in there, fighting a little bit of a headache, but it's kind of the turning of the seasons, and I get fall allergies pretty bad, so that's going to be kind of common from now on, but that's all right. So the other day, was doing some testing for Bayonetta 2 because there were some questions among the community about certain weapon types. Because I was talking about how like 5-6 years ago, when I was learning to route this game and playing myself, I was testing out all the different weapons to see how fast weapons could kill in certain patterns, and discovered that the guns and the hammers were the best ones. And then I just had basically told some people that I used to use the Turtlebog, which is a scythe, because it's got pretty decent range. So they're like, well, wait a minute, what if we do that instead? Will that save time? And is it stronger of a weapon? And it's not. It's the hammer beats everything still. But by testing all that stuff, though, it gave me the bug again that I've been really wanting to get back to playing this game. I've been wanting to do that for a while now. So we're going to do that. Still don't have a functional Switch. I need to plug it in, test it out one of these days, do a full playthrough. But my Elgato is still busted. Still don't have a replacement yet. I need to contact Elgato about that. So we're going to be doing our old friend emulation, which basically means that this is kind of just a relaxing playthrough. It's not an official run or anything. There's not going to be a timer. I'm out of practice anyway. I'm just getting more familiar with the game. I've been wanting to do this for a while now, so get back to the classics. Check my volume settings. Okay, that's up decent. Alright, so I was actually thinking I might want to do a playthrough just of playing with Jean, because I haven't played with her in a while. Actually, when I was done testing out things the other time, I was doing a little stream, and some people from the speedrunning community were in there. This was like 2 o'clock in the morning. This wasn't a normal stream. This was like I'm up, I have insomnia, let's just test these things type deal. So I was like, I wonder if I still have my timing for Jean, and I did. It was great. So I was like, okay, let's do that. So I've used a save state emulator or save state editor. So I know this one has everything unlocked. So this is like a new game plus file. This one, I don't remember it's on this. I'm looking for one I want to delete. Let me just jump into this real fast to see what I have. Okay, I have all the costumes here. Jean, she's got nothing. Rosa is Rosa.
I will take care of this.
Climax braces. I think the first file does not have anything on there, so let me check that instead. The very first file has very minimal.
Never fail.
Yeah, I think this is the one where I don't have... Yeah, I don't have the climax braces or anything like that, so... file 1 can go. Okay, that answers that. Let me turn up my headset volume. It seems really quiet for me. And the title screen... Okay, there. So I know at least I have a duplicate for if one of these screws up if I accidentally delete it. Because I'm playing on an Xbox 360 pad, because this is PC. So, yeah, it's like... X and Y are a little bit different on the Wii U pad. I haven't configured for a Pro Switch what the button layout is for that, but it's different on an Xbox.
get this over with.
You bet, Jean. Let's do it, babe. Yeah, just Simu seems just really kind of quiet. It's just... let's do normal. We'll see how loud it is when we start up the game. And since this is a emulator, one of the mods you can do it is make all the cutscenes run at 60 frames per second, because they're supposed to. And then they slowed it down because the Wii U wasn't strong enough, and nor was the Switch.
The legend of Aesir. A legend from the dawn of time. Nobody knows where the world came from. A struggle caused the trinity of realities to be split into three realms: light, darkness, and chaos.
This level is the bane of everybody who speedruns this game, and I understand. I mean, I'm definitely with it. When I started running, there was a rule saying that you could skip this, but you had to add 3 minutes and 45 seconds to your run time. And then I kind of came around and went, hey, by the way, you can manipulate the time for this. It's like, you could take a loss between like 5 or 6 seconds by doing that. But it is able to be manipulated, which is why after a vote with the community, currently right now it's a no-go. You have to play this on every new speedrun, unless you're doing New Game Plus. New Game Plus, you get to skip this, because there's no point to it. Not when you have a new game already.
Make it match our rules of the world. Aesir saw through reality, and those visions became our world. These observations became Aesir's power. Aesir's eyes were truly the eyes that created the world. However, Aesir pitied the humans for their naivete and lack of free will. So the power he wielded was split into two equal halves, and entrusted each to humanity's instincts: the right eye of light and the left eye of darkness.
Let me. Excuse me.
By dividing the power of the eyes of Aesir, humans gained free will.
Yeah, so the big thing with Jean
Could now choose.
is you have to get hit in order to dodge.
Control of the eyes of the world.
You have to use her Moth Within skill.
Predestined. Humans could choose
So basically what
their
that
own
means
path.
is
They awoke to their
you
own
when you get hit, you have a 2 to 3 frame window. Actually, I need to like go back and see. I should test that. I should find out once and for all. So I keep saying 2 to 3 frames. It's like I have the ability to test that. What am I doing?
towards grand prosperity.
It's like I can answer that question,
The eyes of
derp.
Aesir had been granted the power of
Either way, it's like super short. So very tight window. You have to get hit with her and then trigger her Moth Within, which is also known as Bat Within if you're playing Bayonetta. And it's like a last second save. And that's the only way you can trigger Witch Time with Jean outside of using a special amulet that lets you do it by consuming up Magic Gauge. That's the only other way. And she also has the combo structure for Bayonetta 1, which makes this a lot trickier. So if you're not used to it, it can really throw you off. Even on Bayonetta 1, Jean was a lot harder to play, so it definitely takes some readjustment, but once you do get those adjustments down, she is so much fun to play as. It's funny, learning how to play as Jean and then Rosa, and you go back to playing as Bayonetta, and the game just feels so slow. Like, just action, speed, damage, it just, like, it feels like you're playing on molasses. It's crazy. Oh, glorious 60 FPS. If there's ever a PC port, this is what it will look like, but just higher resolution, of course. Alright. Make him all angry. Uh-oh. There we go. Oh no! Oh no! I guess I am out of practice. Uh-oh. That's funny, because like last time I did this whole like, I wonder if I still have the touch, and it was like pulling them off left and right. Guess not right now. That's funny. But yeah, if you play your cards right with Jean, you can make millions on the stage. It's not uncommon, like when doing speedruns as Jean. If you get like under, I think it's like under 600,000 halos with her on this level, you screwed up. I think the most I've ever done is like close to 1 million. It was like 900,000 something. So yeah, you can get crazy, crazy halos with Jean right here. For me. Let me try something here, since I'm messing around. I don't know if anyone's watching it, if anyone's lurking. If you are, hello, hi. This is kind of a relaxed, getting used to the game again, pseudo speedruns. Like, oh yeah, it's like, I have not played this game in a while, and I really need to get back to it. I was wanting to actually do a speedrun of this, and then my Elgato broke again for the 5th time. Alright, I think you can start off, yeah, first and second, you can definitely start off taunting here. There we go. There we go. It's like, come on. How'd that miss? What? Let's let this play out for a second. Oh, yeah, it's such a shame that all these ran natively 60 frames per second, but the Wii U just couldn't handle it. Neither could the Switch because it's a cell phone processor, literally. So they capped it to 30 for these scenes. And if you're wondering what I'm doing the triple punch, triple kick combo, but then at the very last second before that last kick comes out, turn on your Umbran Climax, and you'll just have like that big long kind of like, I guess they're like snakes or dragons come out in that winding pattern, which hits a lot of times multiply. And if they're taunted, it just racks up your score like crazy. Like I'm getting pretty close to maxing out my combo score, which will be 9.99 times 9,999. It stops displaying it there, but it keeps multiplying behind the scenes. It gets higher and higher. Come on. There we go. What was that? That was weird. And then quickly turn off your armor and climax and just repeat. Okay, we're almost done here anyway. I was like trying to judge it just right. So I could turn it off and just like dodge as soon as I ran on that, but I did not get it right. So let's see how many points I got, how many halos. Survey says 747,000. So yeah, we're doing real good for a normal speedrun. So basically right now I have like all the money I'd ever need to do for an entire Jean speedrun. It's weird, it's like things I'm thinking would hit. Well, that hit. I did not mean to do that. I was gonna hit my gun combo just to reset a combo I was in. And the game said like, oh yeah, you can punish them. I was like, oops. Like I said, I'm just more of like just getting used to the game again. It's been too long, but I'm having a lot of fun playing as the most difficult character. She's difficult, but she is so much fun when you get her down. It cannot be stated more than enough. No quick kill for me today, that's fine. Not the combo I wanted, but... Yeah, this would be a problem in the speedrun, but I'm not worried right now. Oh, that just looks so much better. I know the odds are like next to none that this game will ever show up on PC, but I really hope it does someday. It took 10 years for Bayonetta 1 to come out on PC. So, 2025 maybe? But since Nintendo funded this game, it's probably never gonna show up unofficially except for emulation like I'm doing right now.
Still another step you must take.
817,000. See, yeah, I'm in great shape. Literally, I've gotten all the money I ever need for the rest of a run. If I was doing a speedrun. I think Jean has infinite dodging. I think? Yeah, she does have an infinite dodging. That's right. She has no cooldown, so... Alright, the first skip you ever do when you're learning to speedrun this game is this one, which is actually surprisingly easy to mess up. You can get overconfident. You skip that first arena. Into Little Rodon's Shop of Horrors. Forgot how the shop works. I'm like, oh, how do I buy multiples? I'm like, oh yeah, just keep hitting the button quick. Buy one of you, buy one of you. Buy some more wiggle room. Because Jean does take more damage. Let's try something. In a speedrun, this would be like a big no-no. So I've actually gone out and checked it to see, like, okay, well, like, let's, the Star Fox does double damage for the guns. Does exiting the level as soon as you hit that first shop, going back into it with these equipped, does it speed things up? The answer is no, you still lose time. Oh, that was dangerously close. Like I said, it's really easy to screw it up. If you're like a little bit too far over from where you land or on top of that pillar you use to jump, you will trigger the fight and you're trapped. You have to kill him, which is a speedrun ender. Except for the worst speedrun I ever saw. It's the guy playing on the Switch. And in a marathon, mind you. This is a terrible one. And he was using my old Wii strats, my old Wii U strats. Which are like super slow. And they're based around not going to the shops or using items and stuff. Because it just took forever to pull them up in your menu. Like on the original Wii U version, it took like 15 seconds to get into your menu to use an item. Like if I wanted to use an item, like that right there, which took maybe quarter second, would take 15 seconds to pull up because it was just so slow. And the guy was like using all those incredibly outdated strats. I'm like, dude, no, stop, please. Just miss everybody. I also got really used to playing like New Game Plus. Like any category you play in this game can be detrimental. Especially if you get stuck to playing that one character. I mean, if that's all you're ever going to do, that's fine. But I play every single character in every difficulty except for Infinite Climax on the occasion of New Game Plus. I've done 2 runs there for that. But, oh. So you get used to like how one character works and the mechanics of it there and what to expect. So it can really throw you off. This is going poorly. It's out of practice, so... What the... Wow, my timing is horrifically off. This fight's embarrassing. Yeah, that was terrible. But I'm out of practice, like I said. In fact, I'm going to update my stream title. Casual... Speedrun derust? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? Questionable, yes indeed. Alright, there we go. Saved and updated. Perfect.
Have you been naughty? Keeping secrets from Mummy?
Nope.
No! Nothing comes to mind, love. Have you seen a chiropractor? Good God, you have scoliosis. Some jokes I will make every single run, and you can't stop me.
No wonder your guardian angels are trying to give you a good spanking.
Whatever, love. You've
you've already been following me, so let's make a deal. You save me, I'll show you around this joint. Heading to Fimbulventa,
Yeah. Hey, Jay, what's up, buddy? Yeah, world record time.
Two of us, won't it, love?
World record, casual derust, casual speed world record, yes. We'll call it that. I mean, when you already have 14 world records in this game, make up some more. Nothing's stopping you.
I'm going to make you suffer in this life.
Yeah, this guy can be a pain to do this. Yeah, this is probably a bad idea. It was. Especially with Jean. I was like, why don't I ever attack this guy like this? So like, oh yeah. Why did it... What? It ended my combo? Oh, that is lame. Game's like, oh, you're still hitting, but you're just like... We know you could do better. We're embarrassed for you right now, so... Yeah. Why do I not enjoy Devil May Cry 5? I would say because the game is slow and boring. And the enemies are all pushovers. And they offer, like, no real challenge. It's basically... combos the game. Like, how big of a combo score can you actually make? That's it. That's why I didn't like Devil May Cry 5. Because for me, I'm just like, okay, it's like... I can understand doing combos and racking them up and doing awesome stuff, but when the people you're fighting die within like 2 or 3 hits and you can't pull off like these big things, you're just like knocking these dead people around the air, it's not interesting to me. What I did like, actually, this is going to be really controversial while we look at this overly bright screen here, let me get to this window so it's not blinding anybody, is Devil May Cry, the quote-unquote reboot or whatever you want to call it. I just call it alternate dimension or alternate timeline Dante. That game, actually, you could pull off some pretty crazy combos and stuff, but the enemies were challenging. They actually had higher life bars. They could hit some good damage. It was actually a challenging, fun game. Yeah, I like it too. And the biggest complaint I hear from people who never played past the first level, and they will tell you straight up, like if you ask them, did you play past the first level? No. Like, well, you probably should. And people are like, well, Dante's a jerk. I'm like, yes, but by the end, he's changed. It's a story about redemption and changing and finding yourself and so forth. And a lot of people just didn't play it and they missed out on that. So yeah, it's like, I actually wanted to play that. So I was thinking about doing Devil May Cry 5. Do a playthrough of that on my second chances. But yeah, the DMC was a lot of fun. I did enjoy it. It had a decent combo system. The controls got a little bit kind of hand crampy with having to hold down different triggers and pressing buttons and stuff, but I rather enjoyed it.
Try to keep up.
Whoa, this is some...
Slow down.
There we go. It's like, game's trying to load. Really? Yeah, because like Devil May Cry 5, I gave up on Chapter 4. I got to play as V. I'm like, okay, and I'm just doing stuff, and I'm just, everybody's still dying real fast, and I'm playing it on hard difficulty. I'm like, I was just bored to tears. I guess maybe it's the speedrunner in me. Like, I'm trying to find, like, the most optimal fast combos to go, and then I tried, like, okay, let's do juggles and stuff, and let's try to make up crazy combo stuff. And, like I said, when people are dead in one hit, it's just not fun. There we go. Must remember how things work. Yeah, I think like the first boss gave me kind of a little bit of trouble, like before I figured it out, the mechanics of what they were looking for, really. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, what's the button to get rid of? There we go. Couldn't remember how to drop weapons in this game. Might be. I really don't know where you are in the story. I do know who the last boss is. Spoiler, it's Virgil. It's always Virgil. It's like, except for Devil May Cry 2, I think I blocked out my memory of most of that game, but...
Not that bad, I guess.
Devil May Cry 4. That's a game I really didn't like. It's like I can feel... I remember playing it when it came out. I got used to playing as Nero, and then I kind of liked him. I was like, okay, this is kind of cool to grab our mechanics and stuff. Takes a while for him to get really good. But then it's just like you're running around through those huge, wide open spaces, and you're like... It's like you're doing like nothing for so long. It's like, oh my gosh, because the game was literally... It was just rushed out, not finished, poor production type deal. It's why all of a sudden it's like, you get through what's supposed to be the end of the game, and it's like, oh, you're playing as Dante now. Play through the exact same game in reverse order, and all the bosses are back. We're not going to tell you why that is, but different character, here you go. It's like, oh god. It's just backtracking the game is what it is, really. Yeah, the Devil May Cry series are silly on story. They're not that deep for lore, really. I mean, it's kind of like the Ninja Gaiden games. It's just like you play them for the action, you play them for the fun, you're not playing them for the story because they're deep as a puddle. Find A for an input eat. Let's put on the swords. No, I don't care about you. Yeah, good luck. Thanks, Cap. Just doing a derust, screwing around type deal. Just having fun playing the game after so long. Oh, I'm not used to this. I'm not used to how anything works anymore. The world is scary.
The pride of the Umbra.
It's more of like getting re-familiar because like I've only played bits and pieces of this off and on for a while, but they actually go through and like, oh, let's do a full playthrough. I'm like, oh crap. Should probably pull up my notes I have.
Where did you learn that trick, little one? I've never
Cap
seen a
Revenge, for those who do not know, is currently
something like that.
shredding up the world records for Infinite Climax mode with Bayonetta.
All right.
And I think he's dropped the time so far by like 9-10 minutes already.
It seems.
So yeah, he's really kicking butt on that mode. It's like, oh, more power to you, buddy. I'm not a fan of that mode. You have it all. So he's doing real crazy stuff on that time for that mode. Oh, I off that bad. It's like, somebody please attack me so I can do witch time. Yeah, I think it was still old I think it was like Wii U strats that I think were still on there. Like the 2 hours and 5 minutes or so, I think it was. Yeah, it was crazy. So it was time to be brought down. I don't know how far it can really go, because I know Cap's got it to like a 139 on normal. Oh yeah, you should definitely check out his runs, Jay. That was just for fun. It's like, eh.
You've impressed me.
And I attacked the wrong direction. Really? Just... I mean, I'll take that. If you're standing there and taking damage and not attacking, like, that's fine. But if they're just blocking everything, which is usually what they do on Infinite Climax, that's where it gets frustrating. I'm just like, attack me, please. Especially because it's required. I mean, you have to use Bat Within to like get your hits in, literally, on Infinite Climax. It didn't take it. What? Ooh.
That performance might make the back page of the classifier.
Ooh, a verse card. You can play Wii U games online, but no. I think I played tag mode once online, and I was like, okay, this isn't for me. So guys like, man, your internet sucks. I'm like, I'm using an Ethernet adapter plugged into 100 megabytes per second line. I'm actually pulling like 140 megabits per second, so no. That's you. Oh yeah. There are times where I just can't get that door to open for like a month. I can't do like the mid-air open flip out type deal. It's just, it doesn't work for whatever reason. Like I get the timing wrong or something. Button mashing, not used to it.
I think we're going in entirely different directions.
Just like Koopa Stank. No, wait, they were going in the same direction. Never mind. And this is where in a speedrun playing as Jean, you do not want to get witch time. And though I always pull it off when I don't need to. Oh, hey, cool, I finally didn't do it. Nice. I swear every speedrun I do with Jean on this level, like, I'm like, okay, don't get witch time, and I just get it. I'm like, damn it. Blowy! Now, actually, like, I do want to get witch time one time, just like to up the combo counter. and get enough magic, but that's like pretty much it. There we go. Well, that lasted way longer than I was expecting. Yeah, one game I wanted to get back and try a second chance on my second chance series is Astral Chain. I was severely disappointed by that game. It was like all my fears I had about it pre-release came true, and I'm like, oh. Ugh. So it's been a year. I'm like, well, let's give it another shot, see how that goes. And the Elgato's still broke, and I'm still fighting with the company to get my replacement. Realize with new record. I think you, me, and Ace have records in every main category for the game. Pretty much. Well, actually, I don't think you've done a New Game Plus yet, have you? Maybe you have. It's been a while since I've gone through and kind of looked at everything. Let's see, New Game Plus. Yeah, you don't have anything for New Game Plus yet, but I mean, like, it's the same thing though. I don't have any runs for Infinite Climax. The only one I do is a New Game Plus, but yeah, it's like very few runners run like every category. Like even just like if you pick one character and just go through all the difficulty levels, it's pretty rare. And that was one of the things I was talking about earlier, is that this game traps you, like it's a difficulty trap. Like you get used to playing as one character, and then if you play as multiple characters, it throws you off completely. Like you get used to Jean's timing, and then you play as like Rosa or Bayonetta, and it just throws you off completely, especially playing as Bayonetta, because it's like, oh god, I'm moving through slow motion and through syrup again. It's like, ugh. There we go. I'm relearning that punch kick switches are best options. Oh, it's been far too long. I figured eventually you'll get around the New Game Plus. It wouldn't surprise me, because you're kind of like the rest of us here, like Ace and myself, who just want to go through and just play something, play every single category. My original plan back in the day was to do, start off on normal and then went hard, and then I was like, okay, let's do Infinite Climax next, and I was like, no, this is not for me. Forget this. And then we added in the meme run category.
The left eye must be perfect in her darkness.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, it's not a bad record or idea to have. It's what I kind of set out to do, was to be the first in all the categories. I wanted to have like a clean sweep, and then the game started expanding, and then everyone started running the game, which is awesome. And I don't hold as much as I used to, but it's still a lot of fun to at least be part of it. Yeah. So Jean is like the hardest to do. But when you learn to play as her, when you get her down, she is just so much ridiculous fun. Oh, if I see, I don't like it at all. It's just, even doing a New Game Plus run is still just frustration for me doing on Infinite Climax. I'm like, oh, I'm not having fun. Yeah, the biggest problem with Infinite Climax is it's like Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden Black. I'll compare the two because you can draw some parallels. The first two levels or missions or chapters or whatever you want to call them are the gatekeepers. Those are like the hardest to do. You don't have a lot of stuff at your disposal. You're weak, low energy, bad guys do a lot of damage. But once you get past those first two levels, then the game, just kind of like settles down. You get used to it. It evens itself out. It's the same thing like Ninja Gaiden Black with Master Ninja mode, which is the closest thing to Infinite Climax. Is that it's the same parallels where it's just brutally hard those first two, but if you can get past those first two chapters, then you're set. Then the rest of the game is pretty easy from that point. Usually. I'm still the undefeated Wii U champion because no one will ever play the Wii U again. No, I was actually surprised. There actually is a runner. It's been like, I think, a year since he last submitted a run. Sadaharu, I need to remove from the site. Not the Westinator. It's a British chap. I'm forgetting his name right now. Blazing Phoenix, I think it was. It's been a while, but like he was the only one still running on Wii U. He actually messaged me. He's like, "Are you still running Wii U? Are you still accepting it?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's not a problem." By then, I think he got a Switch, so he's all set. When you say you've got IC Climax, yeah, that's New Game Infinite Climax. He's not doing like New Game Plus. Just straight off, brand new game, Infinite Climax. Off he goes. Developing modern strats. That'd be good. Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing we really don't have is like we have like strats laid out for first, second, and third pretty much established. But like Infinite Climax, we don't really have like a good routing, or strats so far that I've seen. So Cap's kind of trailblazing it for us. Yeah, that's how I got my start, Jay, was doing new game normal, and then hard runs. Oh, I've never jumped down here, so I never knew what was in here. So I'm like, let's just jump down here, because I always skip it. I'm like, oh, there's a book. Okay, cool. I am really far away from the bridge. Barely managed to catch that. I think the progression get new games the most fun. I'm like using the strongest weapon from the get-go. Right. And like I said, this game is, like I said, whatever mode you play, if you just stick with that and then try to get out of your lane or your comfort zone and play something else, like a different character, different difficulty level, it screws you up. So my thing, like I tell people, if you're going to play this game or run it, like if you're planning on running it in multiple characters, multiple difficulty levels, is just like, don't play the one thing too often. Like maybe play 3 games of normal. If you're going to do hard, then play a couple of that and hard, and then go back to normal. Just like keep rotating yourself around so you don't go stale and start getting, rusty on stuff. That was bad grouping. Open up. Yep, New Game Plus is mostly movement. I mean, it is very heavy move oriented, like movement tech. Yep. Use like Climax Bracelet, and then the mech. Yeah, because Bayonetta is not that strong. So like with the hammer and the mech with her are just about the same. It's been a long time, but with Jean, you tend to use the hammer a lot. It's a mix between hammer and mech with her. And then there's also like different like enemies in this game that I found where certain weapons work better on them. Like certain, I'm trying to think. I remember it's chapter. I think it's 13, the lava level. Like we go back to Vigrid, and there's this guy on the bridge. If you use the hammer, it's actually slower than using your guns, which will shred him. Pardon me. So it's also like knowing about what weapons will do the most damage in certain circumstances. Yeah, like Rosa, you're just in the like if you do new game with Rosa, you're doing Falcon feathers. Like basically you jump into the air, transform into the bird, and then summon your feathers around. You do the most damage that way. New game is Rosa, you're just in the mech constantly, just 360 spins and just like slam and jam. It's like boom, then you go. And then like Bayonetta is mostly, yeah, she's mostly mech still and with some hammer, but then Jean is mostly a mix between hammer and like mech, which is like 50-50. Don't want to discredit New Game Plus runners, really prefer there's a gear progression in the speedruns you watch. It's all good. Everyone has their preferences and what they like and don't like. You're allowed to have that. You're wrong, but you're allowed to have it. Just remember. Let's see, did I ever? Yes, I took off the swords. It's the internet. Everybody is wrong but you. Oops, forgot the weapon switch. Didn't matter. It's fun when you get here as Rosa, it's just like 2 hits, they're dead. Oh, it's such a shame to watch all this run 60 frames per second. Except for that part, that actually runs 30, which is weird. But everything else with this mod runs 60. To know that this game was designed to run 60 frames per second in cutscenes, and they had to go, well, it's the Wii U. It's slightly stronger than Xbox 360, in a generation where everything is Xbox One X and PlayStation 4 Pros. Move to the Switch. Hey, now can we run everything 60? Not really, we still gotta limit everything else to 30 again. So if there's ever a PC version of this, and that's like 99% chance unlikely ever to happen, yeah, it'd be great. Gonna do runs probably offline. Alright. Have fun with that. I will continue to be here just screwing around and getting re-familiar with the game. It's like, I'm gonna turn a big, giant, ugly centipede. It's like, why not turn into a dolphin or something? You know, it's like, no, we're gonna go for like the most hideous, horrible thing ever. Of course, I don't think there's like demon dolphins. Except for maybe the ones that rape people, I don't know. Maybe they're I don't know. What happened to our dolphin at SeaWorld? It's now in Bayonetta. How the water's on.
Here we are.
Yeah, I've never seen a centipede in water ever, so... I mean, there's water snakes, I can understand that. Water centipedes? Probably not. I'm gonna go with a no. Yeah, right, like, exactly like you said, we just, you know, the same wavelength, the same thoughts. I think it's another snake. Oh yeah, she turns into a tiger, which is pretty awesome. Not gonna lie, pretty sweet. You're fine, though. It's all good. You're safe and accepted here, my friend.
This is it! The bridge to the heavens should be right above us.
Are you sure?
Not really.
All I really want for Bayonetta 3
But you're right. This
is for the separate characters, which I know they're gonna have, separate characters to have their own voice acting.
What kind of silly comic book
It's on the
is that?
Switch.
You still don't
It
know
barely
anything
runs
about it.
Bayonetta 2 as it is.
Let's just say
It's not gonna happen, but it'd be nice.
with nothing coming to mind.
I was expecting it to happen.
I spent
Oh, well,
5
tiger
years
photographs and posters to my left.
knowing who I
Cool.
was. I only found out the truth recently.
You too? Listen, I don't remember a thing. Nothing. I don't even know why I'm so damn sure I need to go to that mountain. But I know I have to. It's all I know. Does that make any sense?
No!
Come now, little one. Can't let the girls know you've got a heart.
It's not like that.
If that's all you know, that's all the sense you need. Just believe. That's what I did.
Bayonetta.
No, Jean, excuse me. Excuse yourself. Oh, bad pattern. This is another place you can get screwed up on a run. Just depending on if the guys feel like spawning or not, really. Like right now, they're spawning like really far away from each other. Are you saying Jean's dumb? Morg's gonna come back, he's gonna hear you say that, and he's gonna cry. It's like, oh no, I wasn't counting. 2, 3, 4, 5, throw and landing.
Nothing's working.
Well, that you're aware of. But true, good point.
He's chasing us now. That was easy. If I can just do something about that.
Dropped inputs still happen.
The pride of the Umbra.
That performance might make the back page of the classified.
Open up some tangerine mango. Flavored sparkling water beverage with other natural flavors. Natural flavors such as aspartame, potassium benzoate, acetylfluoramine potassium, malic acid. All natural. Believe it or not, some of those are.
New model, huh? I hope this one lasts a little bit longer.
No, you stay in here.
Saying that's just going to make me take him there. After I've taken care of my business, of course.
Well, no, because they'd be genetically modified. Wow, I don't think I've knocked him out of that before. That was unusual. It's what really cracks me up when people are like, I'm against GMOs, they're terrible for you. It's just like, I need GMO free. It's like, you realize every single food you've ever eaten has been genetically modified. We've been doing it for thousands of years. Seriously. It's like, if you cross-pollinate or cross-breed and like a plant to make something, that is genetically modified. That is a GMO. And people are like, oh, no, that's not right. It's like, yeah, it is. Seriously. If you look up what watermelons used to be like, and there's still strains that like strands of watermelon that are still originally not been crossbred, still you can get your hands on. They are like, there's almost no fruit inside of them, but through selective breeding and cross-pollinating different things, we've made it like so it's the juicy, watery fruit that we all know and love today. Same thing with bananas. It's like, and apples. It's like, these are good things to do. Selective breeding, you're modifying. Yeah, bananas were not that great. Bananas didn't take too long to modify, thankfully, but what's another one we've done? Yeah, watermelon's a huge one, I know for sure. And then we've also done the same thing with like different breeds of turkeys and chickens and other stuff. Like my girlfriend Carmen, she has turkeys that I've heard, I haven't seen them. I think I'm gonna go see her on Tuesday. So there won't be a stream. Oh yeah, by the way, to let everybody know, I probably won't have another stream until Thursday, because tomorrow night I'm going to be busy. I stream every other day, so Tuesday I'm planning to go see Carmen, drop off some stuff. And then Wednesday I have a appointment with my surgeon, my back surgeon, and that's at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm going to be driving all day, so I'm going to be exhausted, so I don't think I'm going to be doing a stream then. Just keep an eye on my Twitter if I do. I might do another Bayonetta stream. Actually, I'll probably finish up Yoshi's Woolly World and then do a Bayonetta stream after that, like once that completes or something. We'll figure that out. So next stream might be Thursday, the 24th. Just a heads up. But yeah, like turkeys have been modified too. Just like through different breedings and stuff, they have like, especially chickens, like bigger breasts and pork. Oh my gosh. Pork used to be, like bacon, used to be even fattier. It was crazy. But now we've gotten like a little more leaner. Bacon for like 50, 60 years ago was almost all pure fat. Oh yeah, breed like dogs are like mostly like our own concoctions, like modern dogs that we have today. I forgot to hit the store. Ooh, I'm gonna have to hit the store inside the ship. Screw it. It's not an official run anyway. Do it right now. No, but seriously, like dogs. Seriously, like we have bred to be certain characteristics and stuff that, like, if humans were to be completely disappear overnight, I think it's something like statistically like 95% of dogs would die out because they're just not able to survive in the wild. Do. Speaking about every single humans ever disappearing, there was a National Geographic series called what was it? Life After Humans. That's what it was. Yeah, exactly. Like pugs. My friend has a pug. It's like that dog has constant horrible breathing. Yellow Killer B, YKB. She's got a pug, Pixel. You know, breathing problems galore, eye issues. The eyes will just pop out. German Shepherds and their back problems. Dalmatians would survive, but they're just vicious and deaf due to inbreeding to get the dog that way it is right now. So it's like, there's like a lot of breeds. Like Dalmatians would survive, but like pugs, Russell Terriers, like Chihuahuas, things like that just would not exist anymore. They just like, they die out real fast. Yeah, I bought everything I needed. Also, like, one of the things that always cracks me up whenever you see movies and stuff, like, where the zombie apocalypse happens, and people are like, or The Walking Dead, for example, like, oh, we've been surviving for, like, 3 years now. Every single zombie apocalypse happens in a universe, or a timeline, whatever you'll call it, where nuclear power has not happened. Nuclear weapons, nuclear power does not exist. Because those power plants would all melt down within 4 to 6 weeks without any electricity or anyone to man them and change them. And if you remember how lethal Chernobyl was, imagine that around the entire world. Like my country, United States, has at least 115 nuclear power plants in operation. So it's like, you would be... The zombies don't get you, sure, but then you're going to die from radiation from all the meltdowns happening constantly. All around the world. It's like, yeah, so it'd be an eventual radiation apocalypse. What's a core spreader? That's something I'm not familiar with. I'm guessing it's like trying to break up a core and then remove it out or something? You gotta stop criticality somehow. And you're dead. And you're dead. Please die. In the reactor, you have some concrete forming several smaller cavities like funnels. Well, the problem is that that stuff eats through concrete. I mean, that's the problem with Chernobyl still, is that they have the sarcophagus on top of it, which actually has another sarcophagus on top of it. It's like double protection there. But the meltdown is still eating through all the concrete in the basement still, like 30 years later, 35 years later. It's still stupidly hot and still working its way through the concrete slowly, but eventually it's going to hit into the ground and get to the water supply, so I have to think of another way to try to stop that again. And that's the problem with the whole thing, is it produces like cheap, effective energy, but then like you have these massive problems, like when something goes wrong, it goes horrifically wrong. Really, game? Alright, this was not an optimal strategy for Jean. Said out of practice. Okay, good. I have full magic bar, that's good. Now, like, did you ever see the I don't know if they have HBO in Europe. It's been far too long since I've been overseas, but there was HBO had a miniseries, Chernobyl. Came out last year, was a huge thing, internet memes galore. 3.5 Rotkins, not bad, not the worst. Not good either. If you haven't seen that, I definitely suggest watching it, it's really good. Well, if you can find it, by all means, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it's something I haven't heard of, and if it's like true, that's really awesome. I like it. Shows that somebody is thinking about it, because usually it's like, well, just let somebody else worry about it. It's like, how about start thinking about that problem now, Chief? You may have solved the problem, but somebody else is going to have to deal with it eventually. But yeah, there was a miniseries called Chernobyl. Really, really good. The only complaint people really kind of had for it at the time that I saw was that the actors do not use Russian accents. Because, I mean, some of them kind of do, then others don't. Like, like one of the main characters who's, like, investigating it there is, like, the nuclear scientist, the reactor for Russia, or USSR at the time, has a British accent. People are like, well, why do some people have British accents and American or Swedish and stuff here? It's all supposed to be Russian. And like the director's like, well, we could either have them try to do a fake accent, which could sound terrible and take you out of immersion, or you could just have them act and be really good and talk how they normally would and just suspend your disbelief. And that it just takes you like an episode to get used to it, because it expects you like, oh, you know, Mother Russia, here we are, and you have like a British accent. It's like it kind of throws you off, but it's really good. It's actually based on a book that I read, which the series is like, it's really like, it hits you hard. Like the brutality, like everything that these people had to go through, like the liquidation squads, like, hey, congratulations, you're 18 years old. The government says you have to go work in Chernobyl to help clean up the place. You're not working to clean up the nuclear reactor or anything crap on the ground. We need you to go around and kill all the animals because they carry the radioactivity and the fallout in their fur. It just doesn't go away, and everywhere they run, they're just contaminating everything. So people had to go out. It was their job to kill dogs, cats, animals, puppies, kittens, like anything that was running around, they had to shoot and kill. You know, and people are just like, wow, that is like horrifying. And they fall around like other people. You don't see anything graphic, but you know what's going on. Yeah, and like people are like, oh, that's terrible. That didn't happen, right? I'm like, oh no, it was much worse. There was like one part, like reading the book, one of the liquidators was there, like they literally, because Russia, USSR was like, it wasn't unlimited everything. It was like you have rations for bullets, and they were all going through one of the like little outlier towns around Pripyat, and they had like, because once they killed all the animals, they dump it in a pit and seal them with concrete because they're highly radioactive. And one dog started crawling out of the pit, and no one had any bullets. They're like, shit, what do I do now? So they just had to like kick it back down the pit and cover it in, like drown it in cement. It's like, well, that's horrible. It was like, it's these things these people had to do, and it's like PTSD was running rampant. It's like, well, no kidding. The effects of radiation on people were also like, they were pretty graphic in the miniseries, but like they were even worse, like describing in the book. Like one person dies, like in the series, like in the miniseries, and also in the book, is a real person. One of the first responders, like one of the first firefighters. And on the miniseries, you see the widow holding his shoes. And people are like, why is she just standing here watching him be buried under concrete? Again, lead-lined coffin and under concrete, because he's highly radioactive. Why is she holding his shoes? It's because like his feet swelled up so large. They tried to put him in like his military uniform. His shoes wouldn't fit him, so they just said, hey, here's his shoes. They're yours now. So that's why she's holding a pair. So like the book fills in more things that the miniseries had to leave out, but it's still ridiculously good. If you want to see it, if you got Twitter or something, hit me up on my Twitter, which is, and I'll upload an episode for you to watch if you want to see it. It's like 6 episodes total, but I can upload it to my G drive if you or anyone else wants to see it. Because it is really, really good. Core catching. Oh, core catching, okay. Made from special concrete ceramic. Prevent material trickling through. Looking mechanism to cool down the core material. Yeah, so they're trying to cool it and make it less molten.
Try to keep up. Hey, wait.
That's cool. I like that idea, though. I think I missed it. We'll see. I had some pretty, really good height. I think. It's been a while since I've done the skip. Yay, got it. I didn't go to the store. I keep forgetting that. Nope, not entirely passive, but I mean, there's still... That's the big problem, is everything still has to run on, like, water recirculation because it's so hot for so long. Like, even the elephant's foot in the basement of Chernobyl is, like, it's still giving off not only lethal radiation, like, where you can't even be in the same room with it for, like, more than 30 seconds or you're gonna die, but it's still ridiculously hot. So, and that's why it's still continuing to eat through the concrete it's in into the different sub-basements underneath. So you have to keep having water, because you just put water on there and then it just evaporates out. So, oh, it's still ridiculously hot. Let's see what's the temperature for that. Yeah, it's still around 1600 degrees Celsius. It's still cooling down. It's still going to, like, the outside, like, the corium is what they call it. It's like it's a new element. The outside is, like, cooler, but the inside is still ridiculously hot. It's like, think the Earth. We live on the cool crust of the Earth, the outside of it there, but the inside's, like, molten. It's the same thing for that. The inside's still ridiculously hot. Still going out there, so it's like still, like, if you're able to touch it, it'd be warm to the touch, but inside is still really hot. It's still slowly working its way through. Many years ago, when I worked for America Online, which is our internet service provider, we used to be a big one in the United States and Canada and parts of Mexico. I worked with a lady who was literally a nuclear scientist. She was 1 credit away from graduating and getting her PhD, and then she had a crisis of conscience, and she's like, I can't do this, because she was going to get a job developing weapons with the government. And so she's like literally the smartest person in the building by far, and so, like, if you had any questions like that, you could just ask her, and she'd just, like, straight up tell you all these different things that was happening, what goes on, and so forth. Yeah, if you get close enough to touch it, you're gonna die. It's just like, if you do live through it, you're gonna be severe radiation poisoning, and then you're going to die from cancer. It's like, I saw a video of a declassified video back in 1952, I think it was Operation Teapot, where we were blowing up our missiles to test them in Nevada in the testing ranges. And people were like, well, what if we explode a bomb above a city, like, but high enough so it doesn't touch the ground? Can you survive that? So they had, like, 5 colonels and a cameraman stand, like, 4, like, they were, like, gosh, I can't remember how high the explosion was, but it was loud enough, like, you could see it light up everything. Standing under a nuclear explosion. And they're describing everything, and they're like, yeah, it's great. A bomb exploded 10,000 feet above their head. And they were fine. People were like, oh, they're perfectly fine. See, they lived through it. They weren't burned up alive or anything, but then they all died from cancer. It's like, oh, oops. Here we go. 1 second. It was 1957.
5, 4, 3, 2. There it goes. The rocket is gone. We felt a heat pulse, a very bright light, a fireball. It is red. The sky looks black about it. It is boiling above us there. It is rapidly losing its color. There is the ground wave. It is over, folks. It happened. The mountains are vibrating. It is tremendous. Directly above our heads. It worked. It worked.
Like, you can hear them yell, it worked, it worked. They didn't know if they're gonna die. They're told, you'll be fine, it's gonna be great, but they didn't know if they were gonna, like, die or not. So, yeah, but all 5 of these guys and the cameraman all eventually died from cancer. Yep. But, so they proved, like, yeah, if you explode up a bomb high enough, this is, like, this was not a hydrogen bomb, so hydrogen bomb would have killed everybody. But because it was in the air that high up, it didn't pull up any ground dirt or anything like that, so there was no fallout from it. But still, the gamma ray burst just got him eventually. So we did a lot of crazy things. All right, let's see. Volume mixer, Sibo. Here we go. We're reading the same thing about the inside. 2016, mass has not moved significantly since its discovery. Excellent. Not only slightly warmer than the environment due to heat from ongoing nuclear decay. Awesome. But yeah, like the inside is still molten. That's the problem with it. So what they're figuring out is like, last I had heard, I know that they were trying to do this in Fukushima, in Japan, because they had a similar small meltdown, not nearly as big. But it's like it's all underwater for where the elephant's foot is there, and they're like slowly chipping away parts of it, which will explode. Like inner parts would then eventually start to cool, and like they're slowly removing it piece by piece. But they've said like it's going to take like 20 or 30 years to possibly try to remove it, and then like you have to still keep it all quarantined and contained and far away as stuff. So it's like it's still a problem. All right, on to the golem fight. Oh, I dodged that wrong. Oh yeah, the Demon Core? That was the dumbest thing I'd ever read about people doing. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna agitate this thing with a screwdriver. Nothing will go wrong. Oh crap. Yeah, wasn't it like some guy killed himself and every other person in the room who was like, he was known for having like massive like safety violations. That after he died and killed like 4 other people in the room, he was showing something like that crazy. When it went critical, they finally went, hey, we should stop doing this. Like, we can still test criticality. We should do this, like, in a closed-off environment lined with lead and robots. Yeah, I think, like... I know that, like, he died for sure. And he had to grab it with his hand to open it back up to stop the criticality from happening. And that just, like, literally melted his hand immediately. It was just, like, burned horrifically from the radiation, just instantly just grabbing it that instant just to knock it off. But yeah, it's like... It's shocking it went on that long, and people were just doing, like, oh yeah, it's normal to do this. Like, just use a screwdriver, and just like, dude, why? What? It's like dry cleaners used to dry clean clothes with gasoline. Like we're talking like 80 years ago, 80, 90 years ago. They're like, yeah, we're going to wash our clothes with gasoline in high steam and flame environment. What can possibly go wrong? And there was like safety videos about what to do if you're working in a dry cleaner and you catch fire or gasoline explodes. It's like, why? Yeah, one of the first people to have that happen was the Los Alamos, back when they were making the first bomb, and then there was another guy, I want to say early 60s, who did that. Is like he said he was known for safety violations and causing problems like that, and just that was it for him. Die the worst death you can think of. And I am so out of practice, this ain't funny. You would think so. And then you have people like that, just what we call Darwin Award winners. Removing yourself from the gene pool, hopefully before you've procreated and have children. Oh yeah, there's been books. I remember it was on a website, it used to be pretty popular. Every once in a while you hear a joke about somebody winning a Darwin Award, and you're like, yep. Yeah, some of them are just like, that did not happen, but then you have other ones that have been documented like, yeah, this guy really did something that stupid.
Right then. Slow down, will ya?
Do you have to poop? Is that what you're trying to tell me right now? Screwed that up. Probably. People have done stupid stuff like that before.
Try to keep up. Let's keep moving. Slow down.
That's right, I forgot. This is really weird. This is the only place where you're in the water, but you still have all the air combos or ground combos in the air. I wonder if it's like a programming bug or something, like they didn't think it through all the way. Because like earlier when you're in the water, you still have... It's like, you can't do ground combos in the air. Here you can actually do hammer jump cancels even. Pardon me.
Try to keep up. Slow down.
You're a programming oversight or something, I would say. Not really a bug, but more of an oversight. Yeah, because that's the only place where you can be in water and hammer jump cancel, which is like you can't do anywhere else. If you're in the air or in the water, hammer jump canceling is just an impossibility.
The pride of the Umbra.
It's like, I don't know the timing for that attack. It's like, wait a minute, what am I doing? This is the last guy. Derp, derp. I was thinking I saw the dude the Papa or Poncho Smurf fight. I'm like, no, wait a minute. That's next level. It's like, I know this is like casual derust and relearning the game, but it's like, at the same time, I'm just stressed, but I'm like, I should be playing this game a lot faster and better. It's like, I feel like I'm moving so slow and screwing up so much, and I shouldn't be.
That performance might make the back page of the classified.
New Sept.
Never change that off. Back to the magic.
Not bad. Slow down, will ya?
Oh, didn't grab on the ledge. Good job. It's like, I screwed this up. Maybe I can recover. Game's like, no. You live with this mistake. Oh, crap. I did it again. Trying to do muscle memory from when I don't have the muscle memory anymore. Yeah, he's annoying. Game? There we go. It's like, please give me it. Yeah, he's an annoying character. I'm pretty sure no one is a fan of this guy. Well, I'm not going to talk too much about it, but we actually had a person I had to ban from our Discord.
Oh.
Because he was like hyper obsessed with a certain boss character who had no... Wow, this did not render correctly.
Who says, go to hell, and means take me there.
That's interesting. But yeah, he was like obsessed with a certain boss character. Like, she has the best story, she's the best character. It's like, she just exists literally for you to kick into the sun. That's it. That's the entire extent. Yeah, they're like, what's this character like? They're like, I don't know. It's like a bratty teenager, I guess. Doesn't matter. It's like, so yeah, yeah. And this person had like a ridiculously unhealthy obsession with this character. And if you said anything about it, I mean, he'd like post like art about it constantly. Like, just drew nothing but this character, talked nothing about this character. If you said anything, he's like, you're just a hater, you hate this character, she is the best, she is the god, I want her to step on me. Weird shit, you know? So eventually, like, yeah, Jubileus, exactly. So one night, we're like, myself and a couple other people were in the Discord, and like, we've had enough of this guy. Like, we've been trying to be nice, like, hey, like, okay, you're drawing a lot of this character. Have you tried thinking about maybe drawing some other characters? And he drew, like, another character once. We're like, neat, cool, keep doing that, and just went back to drawing Jubileus constantly. But one night he was just like getting like ridiculously out of hand. We're like, dude, it's like this character doesn't have anything. We're not picking you on or anything, but it's like we don't care about this whatsoever. It's like we are mostly a speedrunning Discord. If you want to learn about the game, we're more than happy to do that. But this is not like a fan art site. You know, if you want to post fan art, we actually have a cosplayer who's posted some pictures of herself with Bayonetta, you know, doing Bayonetta cosplay every once in a while, which is really cool. But it's like, we mostly focus on the runs and speed runs and so forth, and this guy just did not get it, and then like started attacking people like, you know, you're just a hater, and it's like, you know, it's like, okay, time to go. It's like, I wrote up his message like, this is what we're here for, this is what this is about, you've been told multiple times to knock it off, good luck on future endeavors, there's other fan sites if you want to go find that, go for it. So then out of curiosity, I decided to look at his Twitter. And then we found some really weird shit there, like with Jubileus. Like some of it was very sexual in nature. Sexual acts being performed, a lot of acts of violence against his character. I mean, not just like you boot her into the sun, but like somebody beat her with a baseball bat type brutality. It's like, wow, okay, this guy is off his rocker. So it's like, that was like the first person I've ever had to ban from the Discord. I mean, we accept like everybody. And even there, we're like, nope, you're done. Oh, I am so out of practice with this fight. There we go. Yeah, Jubileus has no defining characteristics whatsoever. The most we're able to find was like one sentence by Kamiya just saying like, I had in mind for her development was to be like a 15 or 16-year-old girl, just like a spoiled brat, and that was it, literally it. There's no characteristics, there's no defining anything, there's no lines of speech for saying an attack. Yeah, something like that. It was just like, okay, it was just basically like an interview asked him a question, he had to think of something on the spot. Even that doesn't fit the description of the character. It's basically, okay, supposed to be a creator of the world, I think, and you just drop kick into the sun. That's it. There's no personality. Even the bosses in this game have no personality. It's like, you know, Lopter or Blue Poncho, whatever you want to call him. You know, what's his ambition? I don't know. I think he's just trying to just maybe take over the world as its ruler. It's been too long since I've done a full playthrough listening to the story, but even he doesn't have any development. He's like, I'm just evil and blue. Dabba dee dabba die.
Another LP.
Yeah, I think something like that. That sounds maybe right. Yes, unlimited power! Force lightning not included. Ooh, too far over. How's that still on there? What? Did I change that off? I guess I didn't. Yeah, not perfect platinum, run invalidated. This needs to be up there. Use one of you. Use you as well. Oh my god, I am out of rhythm. That was terrible. I had to stop and think, like, how do I jump cancel again?
You've impressed me.
Yeah, the first game wasn't too bad. I mean, these are definitely games. Production for this game was like all over the place. It was literally their gameplay at the time was to
I'm going to make you suffer in this life.
build each level one after another. So you beat, you know, they'd make chapter 1. Okay, that's done. Now it's gonna be, what's chapter 2 gonna be like? They had no gameplay. They didn't lay it out or at all. Like, you know, they didn't have a roadmap, I guess you would say, or a script, if you will, like for what they're going to do. And Bayonetta 2 really shows how screwy that is, not having that laid out, which is why you have some levels are really good, others are crap. That's why you have the money-making level at the end of the game instead of like midway through or earlier. It's just, it's a nightmare, which is why when Bayonetta 3 is still in development, which has been almost 3 years since we've last seen anything at all on it, the big thing that was being mistranslated by these different gaming sites because they were using either machine translations or just didn't care and didn't put in the effort to it, was that they said, like, they were reporting, like, Bayonetta 3 they're changing the way they develop the games, and people are like, oh god, it's gonna be an open world game, it's gonna be a card trading game with microtransactions. It's like, so I look up the original Japanese interview, and they're like, in the past we used to do every segment like we didn't plan out our games, and we do it level by level. Now we've changed the way we've done it, and we're gonna actually plan it all out, and have one group of people work on these levels, another work on those levels at the same time, and everyone works at the same time. And for Platinum Games, that was revolutionary, but every other game developer on the planet's like, we've been doing this for 40 years like this. Catch up? I mean, you just figured this out, finally you should be doing what we're doing? Congratulations, this is worthy of press? But yeah, it's just like, Platinum Games figured out, like, wait a minute, we should plan out an entire game, and then instead of having all our resources devoted to one thing, we can spread it out and have the game developed better this way. It's like, well, no kidding. Yeah, Anthem was just a screw up all around. Anthem was, oh, we've been working on this game and restarted so many times, we didn't know what we were doing. And then we had the crap out of game in 9 months or less. Yeah, it was not good. Yeah, there was a What Happened episode on that, and it was shocking. And that's like, basically they had the same problem that Square does hiring Nomura, where instead of like just saying, okay, here's our design concept, here's what we need to do, and stay on that one thing, and then like Nomura's like Final Fantasy, what became 15 eventually, it was like at one point he wanted to be a musical because he saw a musical. He was like, we should change the game to a musical, and people were like, stop, just stop doing shit like this. So you gotta have like these things like just laid out, follow it and go, you know, don't make changes midstream. Like when they showed Anthem, yeah, it looked really cool. I mean, not gonna lie, that looked really cool too, but it's like,
So let's have some fun.
but you gotta stick to like what you want to do and then not crap out a game like all this like 9 months later and then wonder why it's a buggy process and nobody likes it. Dude, land already. Bernard, you go like, there you go, buddy. There you go. Yeah. And that's the problem, is like sometimes game developers don't learn for whatever hubris or arrogance or whatever you want to call it. Thank you, Radon. It is mostly... It runs between 50 and 60 frames per second on the Switch. It shoots for 60 and gets there a lot of times, but you'll see drops down to 50, sometimes 45. Wii U was all over the place. It was between 40 to 60, just about. It was highly variable. So the Switch is a lot more stable. I like this on emulator, though. This is the Wii U version. But this plays almost a lock 60. There are still points where it drops down to like 50 or 45, like Noaton, where you're running across the reflecting pool. That still bogs it down. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Person needs to play this on Wii U and show everybody's skills. Oh god. I don't have a proper controller for the Wii U anymore. I just have that stupid tablet screen. Also, what's up, 12? It's good to see you, buddy. I just have the tablet controller, and that cramps up my hands because it's like holding a book to play with poor button placement. It's not ergonomic at all. And they just copied that same crappy design for the Switch. So I need to have a Wii U Pro controller, and all the ones sold in the United States were garbage. They would literally break within 4 to 6 weeks. Whereas my friends in Europe are like, I've been using this Pro controller for 3 years. It works perfectly fine. It's like, so apparently they were using cheap crap parts in the States, and then, European, Japanese market got the better ones. So I was going to start looking at importing those, and then the Switch came out, and then Pro controllers are no longer a thing you can buy, really. Can't really help think that we wish to come out on PC. It'd look utterly stunning. It'd be nice, I agree. Used Pro controller, Monster Hunter 3, and loved it. Exactly. Tried asking a lady. Cool. Only have her fall out of her chair laughing at me. So you fired her, right? Looking for the best post-rejection food to eat that makes me feel better. My friend, there is the best thing of all. It is called macaroni and cheese. That is the ultimate comfort food. For me, at least. I make it homemade, so it is like really good and creamy and cheesy to my liking. I can make it Memphis style, which is what I love. It's where you put in, sounds crazy, a little bit of like tangy barbecue sauce, like maybe a tablespoon, some green onion, crumbled up bacon. Oh, baby, it's good. I don't like baking my macaroni and cheese. My dad likes it, but I'm never really a fan of baking macaroni and cheese at all. So here you go. Here's my recipe. That's all screwed up from Twitch's formatting. Perfect. Love it. Here comes the directions. Oh yeah, dude, you gotta make a bechamel sauce. You can use like milk, but if you can use heavy cream, oh, that is like, you can take boxed macaroni and cheese and you cook that with heavy cream, and like you use heavy cream in that instead of milk, and it's just like, it makes it gourmet. It's crazy.
New shop rule. No shoes, no shirt, no service. Hair doesn't count. Just kidding. What'll it be?
Yeah, I don't dump everything in. But I mean, you can like go faster. Yeah. Roux is cold, pot out the burner, liquid cold. Well, I've heard like people saying cold liquids goes better, but it's, oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Twellis, what have you done for me? Why do you hate me like this? This is 8 minutes. Oh my god. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I know what you meant. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna finish this playthrough of Bayonetta. And then I'm going to critique this almost 9-minute shit show of what's sure to be a shit show of Rachel Ray making macaroni and cheese. It looks like 4 different ways. Yeah, it's going to be a nightmare, so hang around for that, I'm sure, or watch the VOD later. Hopefully it doesn't get muted on Twitch. I'm like 3 days behind on updating my stuff for YouTube, which I plan on doing tomorrow. But yeah, let's go through. Well, grainy mustard you can use, but as long as you're not using yellow mustard, ugh, no. Dijon could kind of work in that, but like I said, Memphis barbecue is my favorite, really. That is, it's, like I said, it's about a tablespoon. I don't know how many grams that is. I'm sorry. I haven't figured that out in metric. But yeah, it's like a tablespoon of barbecue sauce. Like there's a, like I like tangy Carolina style. Or there's different types of Dijon. Like there's different types of mustard that have like different flavors and profiles. But I mean, if you have grainy mustard in there, if you don't work it in with the rest of the bechamel really well, it's gonna turn grainy and lumpy. It's gonna be kind of weird. Yeah, Dijon's not bad. I don't really like mustard, but I have a couple of recipes where I bust out some Dijon for it. But yeah, just like a tablespoon of barbecue sauce is all you need for like a single serving for like a pot. Mix it up, some chopped green onions or scallions, and some crumbled bacon. You throw that in there and it's amazing. It's like, wow, it's a different take on it. And then of course you can add different stuff to it. Like I like to make mine spicy, so I'll put some habanero in there. Yeah, it's the ultimate comfort food that I don't make anymore because I'm on a diet. But of course tomorrow I'm gonna be breaking that diet because I'm gonna be making some cookies. But making some cookies for the girlfriend and her son. So yeah, it's gonna be great. Oh no, this fight. Oh god, I hate this. This is gonna be brutal. Had cheese sauce break a couple times, think worked out, did wrong. If you're using milk, if it's cooking like too high of a temperature, like if it's not on very low or a simmer, it can break. Yeah, the milk turns grainy, which is why I like cream or heavy cream, because it doesn't break. You can cook that on high temperatures, you can boil it, it's not going to break at all, whereas milk has that problem about breaking, turning grainy. There is no way to save that. You are screwed at that point. Throw it out, start over. So that's why I recommend definitely heavy cream. Like I said, it adds more fat. This is not health food by any stretch of the imagination, you know. We're not even pretending like, oh, this is like healthy food to eat. It's like, no, this is gonna make you fat, but it's delicious. Actually, it wasn't too bad of a fight. I think it might have been, if I had some of the ingredients in addition to the milk. You boil the bechamel pre-cheese and pre-mustard like that's fine. Add cheese and acidic ingredients. You're gonna watch the temperature. Yeah, I've also seen people like cook their macaroni and cheese in milk itself. Like instead of using the water to boil the pasta that way, like they'll just cook it in milk, and that's still risky to do because that can still break pretty easily. So I'm not really a fan of that, and it doesn't really impart too much flavor into it. I mean, macaroni and pastas can absorb some sauces like that into it, but some flavors, but milk is very mild to begin with, so it really wouldn't be doing much then anyway. Worcestershire sauce or Worcestershire sauce, either way you say it, you're wrong. A couple splashes, that's not too bad. So mac and cheese is like the ultimate, like you can customize it to any way you like for your taste buds, which is great. Alright, it is time. What time is it?
Open your eyes, I see. Your eyes are open. Wear no disguise for me. Come into the open. When it's cold outside, am I here in vain? Hold on to the nights, there will be no shame. Always I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony, oh love. I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony, oh love. Melting the ice for me. Jump into the ocean. Hold back the tide. I see your love in motion. When it's cold outside, am I here in vain? Hold on to the nights, there will be no shame. Always I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony, oh love. I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony, oh love.
Alright, enough erasure. No, so what they're doing is basically, they're going after clips is what they were doing. So, like, if you made a clip of that there and put it on there, then they were, like, hunting for those, but they haven't moved on to the other stuff yet so far, so it's temperamental. But, of course, if anybody's watching this on YouTube when this gets uploaded, hi, sorry for the muted audio. I played erasures always, because Robot Unicorn Attack. So, yeah. Yep, so the VOD might get muted too, but I have a local recording going, which I upload to YouTube, so... Wrong buttons, out of practice. Yeah, YouTube actually will flag it. They're gonna go, hey, this, you know, this is copyrighted music. So either I can let, like, it gives you options sometimes, like, it'll either let the, like, they'll run ads on it. Like, my YouTube can be monetized, but I don't. So if you ever see ads on my videos, it's because there was copyrighted content and they've claimed it and they're running ads themselves. So it's either the copyright holder is going to, like, for the music group, like UMG Music, I think it is, the evil bane of everybody on YouTube, will basically claim it, throw up ads on the video, or I can just mute it, which means they don't get money for it. But there's just like segment where it's just silent at all, completely, and it's not always accurate. Sometimes it will go for like another 2 or 3 minutes after the copyrighted music is done. Yeah, if you have an ad block like I do, you'll never see ads. I get asked that occasionally. People are like, well, dude, why do you have ads on your speedrun? It's like, I don't. Somebody claimed it and they did that. Speaking of that, I have a strike on my channel, actually. It's being disputed from back when I did my Sega Saturn playthrough on August 31st. And let's see, who tried to claim it? I had to dispute it. So it has 11 more days to be disputed. I think it's Toho who has it there. It's basically like, oh, you're ripping off our television show. I'm like, this is a Sega Saturn game as played through a playthrough by portable translation in Japanese. So this is transformative and file dispute, which they give 30 days, which is insane. So I have another 11 days to see if they're going to take it down, reverse it or not. Yeah, Twitch is still doing the mid-roll ads. They basically said, hey, we got all your feedback and we're going to still do it. Fuck you. It's like, dude, what? And here's the thing, they're like, well, it's like, and what they're doing for those mid-roll ads is basically that they're like, well, we're going to play the ad, the streamer's going to be moved down to the lower, smaller right-hand side of the screen, a small little window, but their audio is going to be muted, and I have no idea when this happens at all. So I have the ability to do pre-roll ads, I can run them. I don't, which is why I tell everybody, like, watch my stream on a computer. It's, you know, I know Twellis is on a cell phone, other people watch cell phone for convenience, but I straight up say, just don't watch me on, you know, anything you can't run an ad block on, because I don't get that ad revenue. They're like, streamers and, you know, streamers and affiliates and partners get the ad revenue. Partners do. Affiliate, I've never seen any ad revenue come through on my side for that at all. The only money I get is through subscriptions. With Nimix being the insane madman he is, being subscribed for almost 2 years. I'm still fighting to get my freaking emotes back. That's been like a 6-month battle with this company. It's crazy. So yeah, so I tell people, it's like, just watch. And the thing is, if you do, like, and pretty much because of ad block is the reason why they're doing the mid-roll ads as well. Because it's taking over. It's hijacking my stream and other streamers. Because it's physically moving to another window, whereas if you have an ad block and they try to send through the signal, the ad block just stops it. This, you're forced to watch. Ad block, will not defeat it until hopefully they figure out a way around it. Ooh, nice. See, on my cell, I use the Twitch app. Yeah, no one's, like, Twitch is something, like, they were testing it out, in theory. So, nice magic. I like it. More magic, please. Whoa, this is some wicked slowdown. Cool, okay. Yeah, because I have NordVPN. I bought 3 years of them for, like, $100, something like that crazy. So I haven't really tried that out. Using the VPN and then the Twitch app to see if it takes care of ads or not. Because like certain, like I used to watch the Rift Tracks Twitch channel, and like I used to watch on the cell phone, and you get like an ad maybe once every like hour, and then they change it to be once every 4 minutes. So it's like non-stop ads, and they're like, well, if you subscribe, then you don't see the ads. It's like, why are you running ads every 4 minutes, you fuckers? It's like, that is unacceptable. And it's not one ad for like 15 seconds. It's like 2 or 3 ads, 30 seconds each. It's like, oh my god. Perhaps I should change that to the guns that I need. No, not the swords, the guns. There we go. This is where I really need to have Twitch time, and I can't do it because I suck. Wow, I am terrible. There we go, finally. When they're dead. Yeah, so that's why I don't watch GDQ events on my cell phone. It's always on desktop where I have ad blocker and I never see them. Unless they're running it through the stream directly, which they'll sometimes do, like, you know, because they realize, hey, we still gotta pay the bills somehow, so. Yeah, and the fact that it's like, that they're doing that, and they're muting the Twitch streamer itself, and the streamer has no idea this is happening until someone in the chat's gonna tell them, like, hey, what did you say? I got an ad, or everyone got an ad. So it's just, it's insane. Speaking of GDQ, they're doing submissions for Awesome Games Done Quick, which is also going to be virtual once again. Understandable, given the pandemic and stuff, worldwide pandemic. But I can't submit any games because I don't have an Elgato. No, actually, we have some really good runners on Bayonetta 1, and, like, I have not played... I can't do a run of Bayonetta 1. That game's just too taxing on my body to do. Because I looked into it and was like, oh. But we have some really good runners, and I think they're going to be submitting for it. So it'd be kind of nice to get that game back in there. So it's been, like, 7 years, something like that, since Bayonetta 1 was first run. I think it was like 2013, something like that. Flicky, I think, did it, and it was like a 3-hour game, and now it's down to like an hour 30. Yeah, what is the current time for Bayonetta 1 on PC? It is like a very speedy game now. 1 hour 39 minutes by lovely gal. I never remember saying her name, Glycerine or Galcerine. I've seen her stream before. I just can never remember how to say her name. She's Australian. Really, really good at the run game. She currently has the world record for it, but I know she puts in for a lot of different marathons. That went perfectly. That would never happen in a run. I can guarantee that would, like, just go horribly. Oh, the game's gonna try to screw me on the bridge already. I can feel it. Almost. Yeah, so here's actually where I found guns do better on this guy than doing the hammer. The hammer is actually slower here. Because if you do the hammer, like, you come really close to having that lava hit you, or it does hit, you have to wait for the reset, so the guns are actually faster on this dude. So that's part of this run, is like figuring out what enemies are more susceptible to what weapons, and is it worth changing over to get that little speed boost to defeat them. Don't tell me what to do. You're not my mother. You're Bayonetta's mommy. It's like a rabbit hole watching Sandra Lee try to cook macaroni and cheese. Has she added any vodka yet? Yeah, Sandra Lee is famous for her, just 2 shots of vodka and then dumping out like half a bottle. She's a little bit of an alcoholic. And I think I'm not sure if she still is, but she was married to Governor Cuomo of New York. The guy who tried to blame Trump when he was sending people, senior citizens infected with COVID-19 back into the nursing homes where it spread like fire and was killing everybody left and right. He was like, oh, it's Trump's fault. It's like, dude, you're the one who told people to do this shit. It's like, those deaths are on you, nobody else. Pre-made macaroni and cheese and adds broccoli. Ugh. Like I said, you can spruce up boxed macaroni and cheese. There's nothing wrong with Kraft macaroni and cheese or Kraft meal. It's called different things around the world. There's nothing wrong with that at all. You can play with it, you can make it better, you can enhance it. Like I said, heavy cream is great, bacon's outstanding. You can mess with that. There's ways you can improve it. But just like cooking it up as it is and just like throwing broccoli, no, wrong. Wrong. Alright. Money making level, and I already have 800,000, so I'm all good. Doing great. Oh, it's even store-bought. I love that too. Like Rachel Ray, like, I'm gonna make pizza. And then like she's like, just buy store-bought dough. Like store-made dough. It's like, it's not hard to make pizza dough. The only tricky part is just making sure your yeast is alive and it blooms long enough. That's it. That's like the only real complication to it. Now this is running like 30 frames per second. This is not handling it well. But of course I'm also streaming right now. Like I've done this offline and it runs almost like 60. It's just one of those things where you're streaming and emulating from the same computer. It has a little problem. This is where Rosa helps you, quote unquote. Yeah, I should have had like a much higher combo count. This is terrible. If this is a speed run, this would be really upsetting right now. Because everyone's just getting knocked too far away and not grouping. But yeah, I like to make my own dough. As I said, big surprise, I like to make a lot of food from scratch if I can. Okay, is it gonna give it to me? It's gonna let me keep the combo. Sweet! This is entirely random if the game decides to either spawn the guy fast enough and let you keep the combo or not. You can have him drop down in time like that, be in the middle of a combo, smashing away, hitting him with the gun buttons, and it'll just end your combo, which sucks if you're really desperate for money. But yeah, I mean, it's like, if you can... I understand not everybody has the time to make their stuff from scratch. That's perfectly fine. I mean, like, to make good pizza dough, you need at least a minimum 2 hours is what I recommend. Parsley is like cilantro for people of the East. No. No. Wrong. Parsley is its own thing. Parsley and cilantro, completely different flavor profiles. Not even close, lady. Like I said, she's an alcoholic, so... probably burned out her taste buds. Yeah, they're both green. As a person who's colorblind to green, I'll take your word on it. No, I can see that. It is green, I know for a fact. Getting trolled. I just really feel sorry for the people who are missing the gene. It's literally a genetic defect where they basically their taste buds think that like cilantro tastes like soap. And it's like, that must be terrible because I love cilantro. It is great. Yeah, she literally... It's like, people, like, trust me, like, she literally was known for being a drunk. Because, like, every single episode she'd have this, like... She'd make a cocktail, and she'd drink it on camera. But it was, like... using way more alcohol than you ever should use in anything. Yeah, for example, here's... Shut up. I hate when YouTube, like, you back it up and it's like, oh, we want to play? No, stop playing the video. Yeah, this is going to be a copyright bonanza on my uploads to YouTube. Here's the famous 2 shots of vodka. This is just garbage quality, so nothing you can do about it.
2 shots Of vodka?
Yeah, that's what you'd be like. But yeah, 2 shots of vodka. That's apparently her shots are the size of a coffee mug.
Cup?
Yeah, and she'll do that on a lot of her drinks and stuff like that. So she would be like, we're gonna make like this little gin and tonic, and she'd fill up this entire thing with like gin, a little bit of tonic. It's like, dude, you got a problem. Yeah, that became an internet meme. And then people started watching her show and go, oh wow, she gets drunk quite often. And she would be, I mean, you hear her talk and she'll be doing her show and she'll start slurring her words, forgetting stuff. It's, yeah. Yeah, binging with Baba. She's not too bad of a guy if you watch him. There's also a new Uncle Roger video where he's critiquing Gordon Ramsay's fried rice. I have that on my watch later, so I'll be watching that after stream tonight. Yes. Binging with Babish is perfectly acceptable and fine. There's nothing wrong with that, man. I think I've seen like 1 or 2 of his recipes where I was like, I don't know. So yeah, Uncle Roger did of course he did the famous BBC's fried rice where she didn't wash the rice and then strained it halfway through cooking. Then he did Jamie Oliver, which was funny as hell too. He did that. And I was doing Gordon Ramsay. And there's another guy I follow on YouTube. He's got like, I think only like 5,000 follows. Like he's like still starting off. He's from Singapore. And he did another one about, I think it was Jamie Oliver doing Singaporean fried rice. Like, he's like, there's no such thing. He's like, what? And he's like adding asparagus and all this other stuff. He's like, no, it's like, he was just like going off on him. It was like a 15-minute critique. It's like, yeah, I can understand why, dude. It's like, I feel your pain. It's like someone who's like never been there in like to your country is like claiming like, oh, this is exactly how you do it. Yeah, this guy's got like 2,000 subscribers. He does some pretty good videos there. He does like a lot of food reviews about the crazy things you can get at McDonald's there. But if you want to check out his reaction to Jamie Oliver's Singapore style fried rice, it's a good one. Ken Rollins is good watching YouTube if you want to watch some cowboy cooking. Name sounds familiar. Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, he's made a lot of crazy, overly done stuff before. I've seen some recipes where it's like, okay, dude, you're going too far. Back it up a little bit and you got good. You know, we're just gonna make this simple tuna melt here, and it's gonna take 50 minutes to do. It's like, dude, speed it up. It's fine. Yeah, he's not too bad. Go to the ship shop. I have no idea. I've never seen his wife, and I only have eyes for my girlfriend. And I'm not saying that because she could be lurking. That's just the way it is. I wonder if I can afford this. I have over 1 million Halos. No, she's fine. Oh, good. We're all set with this. Sweet. Wait a minute. Yeah, we'll just leave the hammer on. This is where Rosa keeps helping you. It's like, oh, you're attacking this guy? Let me knock him in the air so you can stop hitting him and throw off your combo timing. It's like, thank you, Rosa. You're the best. So like I tell people, like, if you have the choice between getting shot or stabbed, get shot. Because knives hurt, like, you know, the bullet hurts going in, sure. The knives hurt going in and coming out. Yeah, so these are the guys here that I'm pretty sure the guns work faster on. Yeah, guns do more damage on these guys. Especially if you're Jean. I think like Bayonetta, it's like still the same no matter what you do. I think the hammer's a little bit better with Jean though, her guns are faster on these guys. Yeah, go with the gunshot. Or gut shot. Gut shot you could live through easily. Just play dead if they're dumb. Play dead, wait for them to go, and then go to the hospital, because you can live for days with a gut shot. Step 1, though. Make sure you're not in a scenario where this happens to you. That can't be understated enough, really.
The pride of the Umbra.
Yeah, that's even if you hit something major. I mean, people have been shot in the gut and been fine with, like, no medical intervention, but that's kind of rare, but... Infection usually is going to be the thing that's going to kill you faster. They didn't chew off his arm, he had to break his arm and cut it off. They made a movie about it. It's called The Sound of Music.
And now, if you'll excuse me, my dear.
Rock salt to the chest.
Oh.
Then buried alive, and you have to remember your kung fu training underneath a Shaw Brothers villain, literally. So the original script for Kill Bill was so good. It makes me sad whenever, like, I think about that movie, like, dude, you were going so well. Would have been great. And surprisingly enough, like, a lot of, like, the second part of the script, like, from Kill Bill Part 2, is pretty close to the original scripting, which is pretty neat. Let's say, when you read the original script that was supposed to be planned, it was like even more amazing. Like, when you first introduced Bill, he's not just like riding around like, hey, you know, it's like, you killed my, you know, she killed these other people, be careful, brother. You know, it's like he's actually going on a hit in a casino, like in this underground penthouse casino gambling ring. And it's just like, it shows like what a badass he is, really. And it's just some really cool stuff. Go-Go, the girl with the chain and the ball, she had a twin sister who tracks Beatrix down. They have this big humongous fight through a neighborhood, blowing up houses and running through houses and all this chaos. It was like, oh my god. And then there's parts of it that were still survived into the film, but a lot of it got cut out, like they didn't do. Angry Video Game Nerd had to re-edit Kill Bill 1 and 2. Maybe, like I said, if the version I would like to have is just have the script version made, because it was just so amazing to read it and like go, wow, like this could have been better. So all the crazy stuff, like with Go-Go's sister Yuki, because part of this like did survive. Like when the movie starts, like when Beatrix goes up to the first house, like the Viper, the Henrietta, I think it was, the black lady, you hear this ice cream truck in the distance. Yuki was driving that truck, stalking the neighborhood, waiting to see which house she was going into. So that comes into play a little bit later. It's just like, oh my god. So there's elements that still made it into the movie. Yeah, it's just such a weird tonal thing, because it was supposed to be this mostly Asian revenge film, and then it kind of goes Western. Even in the script, you could still feel it going Western, but it wasn't as bad. And then, of course, when they did the movies, split them up there, like, then it really became, and they really made it Western, big humongous Western for the second part, which still doesn't fit right. Yeah, if you ever want to read the original script for yourself, it's online. Like, there's parts I can understand cutting out, like the bride or Beatrix, when she gets out of the coma, she goes back to El Paso, Texas, and has to dig up all her weapons, because people are like, well, where'd you get all her guns and stuff? And the script explains that, where she was going to be married originally. She goes back like to her old house, and she digs up like in the ground where she had like all her weapons hidden and stuff, because she was trying to run away from being that. That I can understand, not being filmed and made into it. You can skip things like that. But other stuff was just like amazing. It's like, oh my god, like why didn't they do this? Yuki's Revenge, yeah. So if you've like seen, if you remember a lot of Kill Bill, if you remember that part, you just start on prologue, like chapter 5. Yuki's Revenge. Just remember that basically Yuki had like Go-Go had a twin sister, and basically start from that part, because like she's decides she's gonna go and track down the bride to kill her for revenge for her killing her sister. Oh yeah, they're fun. They were my grandmother's favorite movies, because I remember like the advertising for it. I was living in Arizona at the time, and they're like, okay, it's like Kill Bill's coming out, like I'm gonna go see it, and she's like, I wanna go see it too. I'm like, okay. So I go take her, we go see Kill Bill opening day, and it's this big bloody movie, F-bombs flying, and I'm like, I'm gonna get this angry phone call from my mom saying, you took my mother to go see what movie? So I'm thinking like she's got to be horrified this entire time. This, like, she was like 75, 76 at the time, you know, my grandmother. I'm like, so yeah, the movie ends. I'm like, so what'd you think? She's like, when's the next one coming out? Because she knew it was you know, it's part one, there's gonna be a part two. She was like, it was her favorite movie. She bought the DVD. I mean, she was a huge Kill Bill fan. We went to go see Kill Bill Part 2 when it opened up, and then she was disappointed. She was like, it wasn't as good as the first movie. So, it was, I don't know what it's like in Germany or other parts of the world, but I have the Japanese version of Kill Bill Part 1, which is uncut, uncensored. So, the House of Blue Leaves scene, like, in America, they made it black and white so you could get an R rating, because if it didn't, it'd be banned. It'd be an NC-17, adults only. But Japan has a full color version of it. It's longer, has more blood, full color, that's in there too. And a couple other scenes here and there just spread out a little bit longer, but it's kind of funny because like the Japanese release of the film is all in English. It's like there's an English dub option, but it's mostly, it's like it's straight off English. And then Japanese parts still have Japanese subtitles, or you can turn it on so that there's Japanese subtitles for the American parts, so... You know, the English parts. So it's a really unique DVD. It's kind of fun, but yeah, I really recommend the Japanese version of Kill Bill Part 1 if you can get your hands on it. Yeah, Germany, I'm not sure if it'd be censored or not, but in America they had to censor it. Like, the, it goes black and white there, and then cuts out at the end when she's looking at the whole carnage. Which actually has like a more of a shocking effect because you see it all black and white and all of a sudden like it goes color and you see blood everywhere. It's like, wow, you know. Yeah, that's a crazy 88 fight. It was basically as though it was like House of Blue Leaves because that's the club where it took part in the script, I think it's called there. But yeah, like that big humongous fight where everyone comes running in. She takes on the crazy 88. Which even the script is kind of funny. She's like, well, there's not really 88 of them, but that's what they call themselves. But I think they also make a reference to that like later in part 2 as well, when Bill's telling Bud like, hey, she cut her way through like all of Yuki's guards, like the crazy 88. She's like, there's 88 of them? No, not really. They just call them that. Why? Because they thought it sounded cool, I guess. Seven Deadly Sins. That sounds familiar. It's like it's an anime I've heard of, but I'm drawing a blank on it right now. Oh yeah, it's really weird. Fire Force Season 1. I liked that a lot. Like the first part of it was really good, but then it's basically like people in the future, like there's a big humongous event, like most of the world's been wiped out, but people spontaneously combust, catch on fire. And one of the, like the ending was one of the characters, priest Iris, like priestess, and her entire convent went up in flames. Like everyone just suddenly spontaneously combusted, but she didn't. And the ending was like showing her before it happened and then as it happened. So there's like people on fire. And they aired like 3 episodes of that with that ending, no problem. And then the Kyoto animation fire happened, KyoAni happened, where the guy went and torched the building and killed like 30 people. Then they're like, oh, we need to censor this stuff. It's like a show about people spontaneously combusting and trying to stop trying to find a cure for that from happening. They're like, oh, we need to censor this. So then they like censored up the ending. It's really weird. Hope your stream was amazingly good. It's a lot of me ranting. The usual. Girlfriend messaged me. Yeah, so they censored that, which is really unusual for Japan to censor anything, really, except for, like, nudity. Which then they will sell back to in a Blu-ray, which is stupidly expensive. Like, oh, this anime has, like, 8 episodes. Well, we're going to put out a Blu-ray, which only has, like, 2 episodes per disc and charge you $50 for it. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, as we're, like, in the States, it's like, you buy a show, like, on DVD or Blu-ray, it's like the entire season, like, 20 episodes or even more, you know? In Japan's like 1 or 2 episodes per Blu-ray, so we can make you spend $300. Yeah, so what they'll do now, like in Japan, is like they'll have like an anime, which like they'll rush out the door, so it's like it's got animation errors, and they'll fix it later. And then, or like there'll be obvious nudity that they'll censor, and then they'll have like nipples exposed, on the Blu-ray, and it's like, oh wow, it's like, okay, whatever. But yeah, Fire Force was a show I really liked, but they had the ending censored because of that, and other parts got cut down too, where people are on fire, even though they're turning into demons and stuff. And then the second season came out, and it's just pure garbage. I watched 3 episodes, and I'm like, nope, done with the show. Alright, here we go. End of the game material. Let's see. Use that for sure. I could have sworn I picked up the crafting book. I guess I didn't. Wow. I haven't done that in a long time. I guess I skipped it, so no crafting for me. Yeah, Japan has very strict laws on censorship for pornography. And they're trying to get those revoked and changed, but it's probably not going to happen. Yeah, and I'm in trouble because I don't have anywhere. I can't make anything, so it's like, oops. Getting the wrong buttons because I'm getting mentally confused on what is supposed to be what. Equip to there. There we go. Saying goodnight to the girlfriend, just 1 second. Let's see here. Yes, use. Nope, I already used it apparently. Okay. Didn't get enough damage off to get the bombing run, so. Now this is where you need to use the mech finally, because hammer doesn't work in the air. Tell girlfriend about the Rachel Ray macaroni and cheese recipe. No, she's going to bed early. She's got to be down in Pittsburgh tomorrow, like really early in the morning. So she's got to go to bed like right now, and she's not going to get enough sleep to begin with. The mech is really good for Bayonetta and Rosa, of course, but with Jean, actually, the hammer does more damage for her. Oh man, I barely squeaked that out with what I had. That was insane. That was crazy. I was thinking like, oh, this is why you make sure you pick up the books so you don't have bare minimums, and I just barely squeaked that out. No, so Twells, I will definitely tell her about it. For sure. I'll link her a time code too for when she can watch it on the VOD. Surprisingly, the last time I went through and critiqued Rachel Ray's crap at cooking, I didn't get a copyright notice or anything. They didn't try to claim it or anything. Yep, we're gonna watch it now because basically this run's done, so... Let's fire up the Rachel of Ray. See how loud's her nonsense.
Greater motivation in...
Should be pretty decent right there, I think. Alright, so this is like 9 minutes or so. We're not sure how much we're gonna watch of it. I won't be able to see chat. Actually, I can. Give me a second. Chatty, chatty, chat. Pull it up on cell phone. Pardon me. Here we go. Okay, so let's get desktop rocking. There we are.
I can think of no greater motivation in the world to get you guys into your kitchen than macaroni and cheese.
I'll clap for nothing. Yay, I'm stupid.
I have come up with the easiest, foolproof macaroni and cheese sauce base recipe that you will ever make in your life, period. You don't have to make a roux. You don't wait for the sauce to thicken. All you do is put 1 pint of cream in a skillet with half a cup of grainy Dijon mustard.
Half a cup of Dijon mustard. That's all you're going to be able to taste. This is mustard and macaroni at this point. Oh my god, no. No, no.
You let this come to a boil, a bubble, just like it's doing here.
Oh my god, no.
Reduce this for exactly 3 minutes. Once it's reduced for 3 minutes, you're going to throw in 3 cups of cheese. We're going to take equal amounts of yellow American and sharp cheddar. 1.5 cups of each.
They're both cheddar, you dumb fuck.
3 cups total. That's our base for the basic. But for all of these sauces, you start with 1 pint of cream and half a cup of mustard. Simple as that.
Yeah, exactly. Like a teaspoon or a tablespoon even. Tablespoon maximum. I mean, because Dijon can be strong. Half a cup? Oh my god.
But garlic and everything. I might have crushed a clove and thrown it in there. My husband wouldn't know who I was if I didn't come home reeking like a salami every day.
Oh, we all know she smoked salami to get there.
It's going together. And we're going to cook our macaroni.
See how she threw all the cheese in there? I'm not a fan of doing that. I like adding in a little bit at a time. So that way it melts and incorporates better. So you don't have her just, you don't have like just big clumps of cheese. Because sometimes you can have stuff that doesn't break down. If you add in like maybe a handful at a time, stir it up, let it melt. You can also get better control too. Because you may not need to have those big giant bowls of cheese in there either. You may only need half of it. But if you throw it all in there, you don't know. You've lost control.
Or our ziti, right? Straight ziti. We're going to cook that fully for this dish because it's not going back in the oven. For every other mac and cheese here, we're going to bake it. You cook your pasta 6 minutes, drain it, cold shock it, and let...
No! Never, ever rinse your pasta. Ever. Even if it's going into the oven, just cook it like 2 or 3 minutes short so it's a little under, and just make sure you have everything done ahead of time so you can all throw it in there and bake it up, and it'll come out perfect. If you cold shock it, it's going to take longer to cook. It's not going to cook right. Oh my god.
All the liquids
Yeah, exactly.
evaporate, okay? You need to
You'll never
stop the
emulsify it.
cooking
Exactly,
process.
Jay.
It's going to continue to cook when you bake the the mac and cheese in the oven. So you just stir this in until it's nice and silky smooth.
You can see, like right here, she's still got clumps of cheese that did not break down here as well. So there's and there's that. So yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, you ain't getting this out of a box, kids. Mm-mm.
No, box stuff would be
Tastes too
better.
good to come out of that box. It's so foolproof and so perfect. I actually made a friend of mine pat me on the back in front of the audience before we started the show, and I told him all about it. All right, then you mix in your macaroni. Look at
You see, you
that
still see
cheesy,
chunks
gooey,
of raw unmixed.
insane
Oh, that's just like, that's paste at that point.
Oh,
Oh, that looks, no.
come on.
That is just a cheap, no. You can see it's like even stuff like this here didn't get coated. This is just like globbing on top. It's not permeating. It's not going into the noodles. This is disgusting.
Insane.
Yes, you are.
Drop the mic. Okay. Now I know you think, Rach, it's going to be really hard.
It's gonna be a solid block of cheese if that sits.
Gonna do? Well, how about I take my base sauce and I put in.
No, she had way too much cheese in there. That was never gonna work right. She needed to add in more cream or milk or something in there to it. That is never gonna fix with the amount of time you let that sit. It's gonna be gummier or worse. She needed to add more liquid to it, by far. She added, like I said, like this is why you don't jump in all your cheese at once. Do a little bit at a time, let it emulsify, melt in, and then you can see if you need more or not.
3 cups.
Because you end up with that garbage if you do it her way.
And how about
Wait, did she say 3
how about I
cups?
take 2 large onions and I put in 3 cups of English sharp cheddar.
Oh my god, that is still an absurd amount of
And
cheese.
how about I take 2 large onions, couple of slices of chopped bacon, render the bacon out, brown my onions, and then I add, a cup of stout beer, a little brown sugar, and some Worcestershire sauce. That's what we got back here. So basically, we are now making macaroni and cheese with beer and bacon. Now, for the beer and bacon macaroni and cheese, I also baked off about 10 slices of extra bacon. I put 4 chopped in the pan to get the onions going. Then I baked extra bacon on the slotted pan so the fat falls away and it doesn't make a...
See, the problem is these aren't like, I've done macaroni and cheese with caramelized onions. That is amazing as well. But these are not like really cooked all the way. These are still going to have like some kind of bitey texture to it. They're turning translucent, so they're a little cooked there, but this is going to be overwhelmingly onion. I've done some onion before in macaroni and cheese, and it's very super strong. If you don't caramelize them, then it just takes over the dish where you just taste almost nothing but onion. I'm trying to think if stout makes sense to me. I honestly can't tell. Babish told me to try it. Yeah, exactly. They're not caramelized at all. They're like wilted or softened, but they're not caramelized to begin with. You can use bacon fat to help to it. I usually use butter when I use mine. We'll put in a little salt after a while to bleed out the moisture. And then a little bit like of sugar about halfway through. We're talking like a pinch of sugar to help speed up the caramelization. Caramelized onions in macaroni and cheese can work really well. This is not going to be working well. This is going to be just overly strong onions.
You can mess your stove.
Stout, the beer, I would personally cook it in with the onions. Because I've done that with whiskey before. Whiskey caramelized onions are amazing. You can do the same thing with a little bit of beer. But I mean, if you want to make like a beer cheese soup, you can do that as well. You can just basically throw it in with the bechamel mixture you're making there. So instead of using like a lot of heavy cream, you can use some stout with it, with some cream too. It wouldn't be too bad, really, to be honest, if you do it right. But this is Rachel Ray, so she's not going to do it right. Yeah, exactly. You can concentrate it down. It's going to get sucked into the onions. They're going to add the flavor to it. It's great. Like I said, I've done that with whiskey. Whiskey onions are amazing. You can do the same thing with beer as well.
Take that out and chop it up, and you're going to put that in your crunchy topping.
No. Oh, it's like, you hear people go, oh, that wasn't a, ooh. Yeah, listen, this is not the sound of an audience who's impressed. Just listen. This is not like, ooh, this is, Check this out.
Put that in your crunchy topping.
You hear,
I
she's gonna play it like, oh yeah, people like it. That was not a I like it. That was a, oh god, what are you doing?
And you know what else? It's completely legal. So here goes.
See, that's a
our
little bit
cheese
better.
sauce.
That's thinner.
With
That's
the
nice.
Sharp English cheddar, beer, bacon, and onions. Ridiculous. Oh, wait for it. Wait. No, you're not done.
So these
Wait.
people, like, listen, you can hear them like groaning, like they are not happy with this. They're like, this looks terrible.
Ridiculous. Oh, wait for it. Wait. No, you're not done. Wait. Then we put our beer, bacon, and onions in the casserole. Oh, we need a crunchy topping. What did my buddy Rach come up with for that topping?
You can't really hear him. Oh, I can hear him. I'm wearing headphones and I can hear it for sure. Do I need to make it a little louder, or is it fine the way it is? But yeah, trust me, the crowd is groaning. They're not like ooh, like yeah. They're like, oh. You hear them going like that. See, if you like, do I need to turn up the YouTube video, or is it fine the way it is? It's fine. The audience more quiet, so sound hard to hear. Okay, yeah, I'm wearing headphones, so I can hear them right in my hair, right in my ears.
How about crushed up mustard pretzels with butter, garlic, and hot sauce so they become buffalo mustard pretzels?
You can buy those. You don't need to make that yourself. Yeah, exactly. You heard that one. Like, oh, you can buy in my country easily buffalo pretzels. You don't need to buy the honey mustard ones and add hot sauce, which is going to make them soggy because they're pretzels and uneven. Just buy the buffalo styled ones. But this is just no.
With the bacon bits, with Parmigiano cheese.
Please tell me she's gonna try to blend this in a blender. Oh my God, no! You crazy bitch.
I eat plenty of salad and kale. And
Oh
I make
my
healthy food
God.
Every day of the week, but whatever. If you're gonna do it, do it.
No. Oh no.
Game on. All right.
So, shouldn't have to explain with all these pretzel bits and chunks here. These are going to start absorbing the flavors and like the liquid from this. So, they're going to make it soggy. This is going to be, yeah, Schneider's. Yeah, we have Schneider's here in the States. Yeah, they're great. I like I've had their buffalo styled ones before. Their honey mustard ones are really delicious too. Back when I was eating carbs before I was doing dieting there, I was like, I used to snack on those all the time, but these are going to turn partially soggy for the smaller pieces and burnt for the other ones. If you want to do this as a topping, you can do all this crazy crap if you want to. Like I said, just throw it into a blender or a food processor, get it granulized, so that way it all mixes together. It's kind of like if you make bacon salt. You can take bacon, cooked bacon, and salt, put it through a food processor, and you have bacon flavored salt. You need to store it in the fridge. It lasts about a week, but it's great. Oh, dude, Jay, you're speaking my language, my friend, other than English. But yes, those are my favorite ones. Honey mustard, jalapeno, damn skippy. I'm all over those. But yeah, it's like you throw this at a food processor and you'll be fine. You'll have like little grains, like breadcrumbs, that will work. This is not going to work.
I'm going to show you the ta-da at the end for each of these. The next one, how about we take sharp cheddar, 2 cups, white cheddar this time, and 1 cup of Gruyere cheese.
White cheddar means nothing. Cheddar is cheddar. It doesn't matter the color. White cheddar tastes exactly the same as yellow. Gruyere, it's a little bit creamier of a cheese. You can go fine with that. I like to use brie. Actually, Gruyere is pretty good in macaroni and cheese.
Which always makes me think of Pepe.
5 minute crafts of TV, yes. Yeah, Gruyère's not bad in macaroni and cheese. I've done that before.
I don't know why. It always makes me think of him. And we're going to melt that into our base sauce. We're going to bring it down here and add it to shells. Why shells, Rach? Because we're making crabby macaroni and cheese. So we're adding shallots, garlic, and minced celery that I deglazed with a fat
Oh,
splash
God,
of
no.
sherry that's been cooled.
Oh no.
We're adding that. We're adding tons of
That's celery. Celery is notoriously hard to get soft. That onion's not cooked all the way. You can see this is still going to be crunchy. So you're going to have like weird crunchy bits of onion and celery. Like I said, celery you can cook down to be softer and it'll blend in, but still, I wouldn't add it to macaroni and cheese because it's a strong flavor.
Of crab, lump crab meat, that we tossed with Old Bay seasoning, of course.
She's making like a crab salad is what she's doing. Is pretty much what she's doing. She's adding cheese to a crab salad.
And then we're gonna take a little bit of hot sauce, couple dashes of Tabasco, right? Mix all that together.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of
What are we
crunchy
gonna
and
do
macaroni
for
and
the
cheese.
topping for that one, Rach? Oh, you still want more bacon? No. We're taking oyster crackers that I crushed up and tossed with more Old Bay, and mixing them with tons of Parmigiano Reggiano, parsley,
You don't
chives.
need all that extra cheese. I mean, if you put some Parmesan in with the breadcrumbs, that's fine. It's going to help as a binder and kind of crisp up, but that's just more Parmesan than anything else. She's basically making a crab salad with cheese is what she's doing. Instead of using mayonnaise, she's using cheese. I'm not a fan of crab salad myself, but yeah. Parmesan, if you have Parmesan a little bit less ratio than the breadcrumbs, it can work out. But this is like a little bit of breadcrumbs and a shit ton of Parmesan. It's gonna defeat the purpose of trying to act as a binder.
Mix that all together. And that's our oyster cracker topping for our Krabby Mac. Now, what if we took mozzarella cheese and provolone? Gotcha.
Mozzarella cheese is not that good. It's stringy. Do not recommend using macaroni like mozzarella for this purpose for macaroni and cheese. It goes good with lasagnas and things of that nature. But where you're blending it all the way through, this is going to be just stringy.
And I mix that into my garlic mustard cream base. And then what if I put that with spinach and artichokes?
Yeah, exactly. It's good for certain things, not macaroni and cheese. It has no flavor. It's just going to make it stringy.
The spinach artichoke dip mac and cheese. And I mix that into my garlic mustard cream base. And then what if I put that with spinach and artichokes and turned it into spinach artichoke dip mac and
I didn't see any spinach or artichokes in there. Maybe we'll see if she pours it out.
This is where it's very important. You can blow it off if you want in the other two, but you got to put the garlic in this one.
So that's fine. I mean, that's actually acceptable.
We get our mozzarella,
Yeah, there is no
sauce with garlic down in the bowl.
There was no spinach. Okay, here's the spinach. She didn't add it in. I thought she threw it in with everything. I'm like, what? So yeah, you can do a spinach artichoke heart, but you need a lot of artichoke hearts there to basically kind of balance it out. That one's actually doable. That one seems better. Just do not use mozzarella. Use a brie, use a Gruyere. You can get away with sharp cheese. That should be fine as well. But yeah, she adds mustard in every single one of these. Why?
With our orecchiette, the little ear pasta, little round pastas. Then we add in our defrosted chopped spinach, our defrosted drained chopped artichokes. Now, what are we going to put on top of this one? Oh, how
Please say
about I
nothing.
make garlic bread and then I put it in the food processor and ground it up?
Okay, this is actually acceptable. Yes, that's fine. Like, I've done the same thing myself. I've taken leftover French bread or garlic bread, toasted it up, let it cool, run it through a food processor. That's fine, but how's she going to screw this up? This one seems decent, at least, except for the mustard. Seems decent.
You take your
And the
spinach
mozzarella.
artichoke dip mac, and you basically top it with ground up garlic bread. And add your Parmigiano and a little bit of parsley. And now let's show you what they look like.
So those parsley is pretty much going to burn. I mean, you add like parsley as like a finisher or as a topping like you would cilantro onto a dish. You don't want to really bake it in with everything, to be honest, because it's going to lose its flavor into it. Yeah, you can use mustard, it's fine, but she adds like half a cup to everything. It's just ridiculous. It's way too much. This one's the only one that sounds like mostly edible. Was the artichoke one.
Come here, you big bad boy.
I think that's the pretzel one, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the pretzel one. Oh, that lovely burned pretzel. Oh boy. I want to eat burned, charred crap for dinner.
Oh. And yes.
I bet you she can't tell which one is which. Yeah, that parsley looks like they added it on. Yeah, because this is like a little bit here is a little bit darkened, but it looks like they didn't really. They threw this in like a little bit later because it's on top. It's not really mixed in with anything. Yeah, it looks almost near fresh.
Oh my god, I got a standing ovation!
I'm like, yes, please stop cooking. Oh my god, so yeah, that was terrible. It's not the worst I've seen from her, but yes, you should never add a half cup of mustard to anything, really. It's not how you should live your life. Taka, what's up, buddy? It finally happened. Did you finally break the barrier? Did you finally break the 2-hour barrier you've been trying to do? Sweet! Awesome! Please tell me you recorded it. $156. Dang, man, that's awesome improvement. That is an improvement and a half. Burned pretzels is a culinary adventure that nobody should go on. Faster, just exit and relaunch the emulator. Yeah, here we go. Do I want to update? No, I do not. This is an old, outdated version of Simu I keep for a reason. It's 1.19.2 C as in Charlie. Yeah. Taka did a Bayonetta 2 normal run. And the big thing, like, for a lot of runners is getting that sub 2 hours. Because the next goal is, like, sub 150, which is where I'm at. I think I'm at, like, a 149 when I stopped running. Because of my back, so... Yeah, I think my normal, I think I got down to like 149, which is, and it's like, I think I have second place for that right now. No, I got bumped. Yanis has 149.14 versus my 149.57. Cap has a world record for that for 139.49, so it's the eventual run. So that's going to put Taka pretty close to, let's see here, 156. It's going to drop him into 5th place. Still, but yeah, pretty good. Getting closer. Frolkins is 150.17, so that's the next one to go for. Alright, so... Jay, I know it's pretty late. I know you said you want to get going there probably pretty soon. Like I said, if you have Twitter, hit me up on my Twitter if you want to see... that's my Twitter, by the way, as a reminder. If you want to see Chernobyl, I'll upload an episode for you there. If you want to watch it, let me know. Just hit me up there, send me a message. I should have the ability to do DMs or whatever. But I can upload an episode for you if you want to check it out, and then do the rest of the series too. Cool. Couldn't remember if you do or not. But yeah, if you follow me already, just send me a message. And if you want me to, like I said, upload an episode of Chernobyl for you to check out, see if you want to watch the rest of it, I can definitely do that for you. So for now, since we've done a genre run, let's do some New Game Plus Rosa just to unwind.
I will not lose.
What is your Twitter? I don't think I've ever messaged you there, and I can't remember what the Twitter is. There we go. Okay, following. Sweet. I think it's JEFFW. It says following. Yep, so that would be you. Yep. For Morsel to read his rants against Taylor Farms establishments, a terrible recipe for grilled romaine lettuce hearts. Yes. Ugh. They, I'm pretty sure they have me like shadow banned. Because they never looked at my, that message I sent them. Cannot be messaged. Alright. I guess you have direct DMs off. So, I'll just tweet out a message for you here. Let me know if you are interested what we discuss. Can't DM you for some reason. Maybe it's a setting. Bam-a-lam, there you go. Do I need to do anything? There's something in Twitch, I'm pretty sure it's one of the settings that basically, one of the privacy options about doing, what is it? Drawing a blank. DMs, messages and stuff. Let's do a complete and total meme run on New Game Plus. We're just gonna run the game on this difficulty. We're gonna make it stupidly easy. Yeah, for whatever reason, it's like, this person can't receive DMs. I'm like, what? How did you survive? Sean Butt run for the good old morgue. Well, if he was here, could have done that. I love like 1C, you know, easy mode, because it's like they just don't attack you whatsoever. Usually they're trying to run me down constantly. I'm like, eventually he's gonna show up. To respond, click on the speech bubble right. I don't know. Let me take a look. Twitter. Svita. Not the same thing. Not even close. Let's see here. Yeah, it still says I can't DM you directly. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Sent you a message so that way we have to do it there in public. Yep, it looks like it worked now. For whatever reason, it didn't update on my side, but I was able to click on your link, click on your profile, and do it that way. So we have a message going now. You should be able to check the messages there, Jay. So if you want me to upload that episode, just let me know, and I'll do that tonight. Send you a link there for it. Back to the pseudo run. Wow. The joke run, the meme run. Alright. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Good to see you again. So next stream is probably going to be Thursday, so keep an eye on the Twitter. It might be Wednesday, but I'm thinking probably Thursday. Catch you next time. And no longer taking damage. Yeah, I love the overflow values. It's like, oh my god, how'd you get so many things? It's like, overflow. Save state editor. Let's see, I need to put this to... Yeah. That's it, basically, yeah. Love you can kill the boss like so fast that the game's like, hold on, we gotta catch up here. You gotta give us some time, man. Oh look, let's take a look at the rest of the city. Ooh. Camera keeps trying to snap back though, but yeah, they rented out a lot of buildings. We're usually gonna be like not even seeing it, which is kind of neat.
Darkness is the absence of light.
You know what the speed of dark is? It's the exact same speed as the speed of light.
Never fail.
And now you learned something today, other than Rachel Ray sucks as a cook.
I stand for the
I think I still have like books I haven't collected, so I'm probably gonna run into a couple of those here and there. I know for sure like my Switch doesn't have, like has I think all the books captured already, so everything that come up in a run. Spinning 360 shotgun kicks of doom. Fastest attack you can do.
nothing can contain me.
Oh, it's just so much fun to just rip through this game on New Game Plus on the easiest difficulty. Total meme capacity! Which is why when you do an official run, it has to be on hard at least. Because we all discussed, like, easy and normal, there's no real point to it. Hard, you can still screw up, so... Not by a lot, but it's a little more challenge. Check it's faster to do the triple punch there.
You seem to have... I stand for the Umbra Witches, overseers of dark. This is simply the benefit of training. Won't keep up.
Interesting, he didn't even try attack. That was funny. He was like, nope, I'm done. And he's dead. Is it though? But is it more powerful? Because I've seen like you do that before, and it seems like it takes like more than one hit. It seems like it is faster to come up, but it seems like you have to hit like people more than once. And of course, this is just a total meme overpowering one. Pardon me. With no timer because it's emulated, and I haven't played this in a while. Really need to get back into it. For weak enemies in a group, it works faster. Good. Those things we'll have to test out.
I need...
Forgot about that book. See, normally you want to do like the triple punch and then the guns, but those guys just like one punch and hold just does it.
Darkness is the absence of light.
That felt like styling.
This is simply the benefit of training.
That's the second time it happened. Had that happen with Jean earlier, and now Rosa.
That performance might make the back page of the classified.
Now I remember what I used to do. It was, had the weaker ones over here. Ow. Pop the elbow. Alright. Stumpy stumpy. That was the unavoidable one. Again! Haha! Actually, I could avoid that one. A lot of weird patterns. A lot of verticals. Now, how long is it going to keep tracking on that guy? That's the big question. And dead. You can actually pull that off in a new game run. A little trickier to do, though. Just Rosa. I mean, you can do it with anybody on New Game Plus, like Jean and Bayonetta, you know, if you have the earrings of ruin on, but it doesn't do as much damage. You can pull off the quick kill with Jean and Rosa, but I don't think I've ever managed to do it with Bayonetta. You can get like really close, like maybe a fifth of a life left. Bayonetta is just like so underpowered. I don't think I've managed to do it with her. I could be wrong. It's been a while. I'll have to check my replay or my video for my new game run for Bayonetta to confirm that or not. So, Taka, question: did you ever get your file rebuilt for the New Game Plus? Or are you still grinding on that? Because I know it takes a while. Because I remember it took like 4 hours just for the yellows and stuff. The yellows and the reds was like mind-numbing. Like doing chapter 2, verse 1, get the giant red lollipop, and then going all the way in, get the building materials before they build up the stairs, and then restarting. Like, I did a lot of chapter 2 constantly. It's like, oh. Oops, too soon. Everyone's favorite Smash stage. Gone in a blink. Two hits. Focusing against sub 2 hours. Like I said, you met that goal, which is awesome. Next goal, sub 150. Gotta be proud of the sub 150 crew. And you'll get there. I'm surprised that like you had like such a huge improvement. It's like a 5-minute improvement, I think. 5-minute PB. Versus your last run. I think it was like 2 minutes of... I think it was 2 hours and 1 minute. I think it was your last run or something like that. Can't remember off the top of my head. I'm a terrible mod. Next goal is Bayonetta 1, to be honest. I need to take a break. Yeah. I would definitely take a break for a little bit for tackling that. Bayonetta 1 is also a completely different beast of a game. Yeah, almost 5 minutes. It's awesome. 4 minutes, 55 seconds. It's a good chunk. And it's satisfying too. It's like there's... Especially when you go and... You get a PB and it's like only by a couple seconds, like, okay, that's nice. But like if you get like minutes, that's like, oh yeah. Didn't even get the button press prompt. Yeah. Just took the grind while Cap is distracted Pikmin. Need a short rest. I think he's gonna take a rest too. He's like, he was here earlier. We were chatting about that. He's saying he wants to go for all categories and stuff, but he's just basically gonna be doing like Bayonetta. He's not gonna be doing like Jean like I do, which I don't blame you because like Jean is an entirely different skill set. But once you get her working though, it's like she is so much fun. I think eventually he's going to go for New Game Plus. He might do that in the future, but pretty sure Bayonetta 3 will be coming out eventually sometime by the end of the next year. Yeah. Only 17, not too hard. It's doable. I mean, I got another 10 minutes to go to catch him myself. Yeah, I need to really need to get that infinite witch twist done. That's the one thing that's really holding me back. Like, even if I were to do like a perfect run, it would still be 20 seconds slower just from because I don't do it. Oh, this is really weird timing. Yeah, my timing got thrown off on that for sure. It's usually I do like, I think it's like 9 hops, do a dodge, do 5 with card on landing, and then just keep jumping all the way up and get like a 30, 31 seconds usually without getting hit. I managed to go from 218 to 156. Another 17 minutes seems like nothing. Yeah, it's gonna get harder. I mean, I'm pretty sure pretty soon you're gonna get down below the 150. It's not gonna be too hard, especially if you've made the adjustment already to doing the things you need to be to shave off almost 5 minutes. That's awesome.
Not that bad, I guess.
But like, getting down to like 145 is where I start to see like people starting to struggle really. That's where you really have to make sure your movement is really tight. I mean, that's what I like about this game already. It's mostly it's a movement game. Whereas like glitches or anything crazy like Bayonetta 1. Especially New Game Plus. New Game is like, for this is like extreme movement. Yeah, they're gonna be rough, but like I said, it's around the 45s where I start to see people really start to struggle. When I say people, I mean Cap, because he was the only one to get down that far, but yeah. I remember, like, before I had to stop because of my back, I was wanting to get down to, like, at least a 145. Which means I need to sit back and reevaluate more of my runs, do more analysis to find out where I need to change. That's the biggest thing, like, especially improving your speedrun, is like, okay, where can I save time? Like, what am I doing that's slowing me down? Okay, good. Did not get the punish. Yeah, this... I hate... Just when you play as Rosa in this one... Oh, crap, that's not good. You have to really worry about that, because she does too much damage that you end up getting that punish a lot with her. It's kind of weird, like, suddenly have to go slow, and then once you get past the part where it can punish, just go full on. Yeah, but I just hate the fact that, like, you know, Gamora, when that happens, you can still keep attacking him. Any other enemy that gets hit with the punish, like where it prompts you to punish them, you can just keep going if you want. This one just stops taking damage, which sucks. It's like, hey, we told you to hit this button, do it. It's like, oh. I was hoping they'd fix that from the Wii U version, but nope, it got ported straight over to the Switch. Yeah, it's just annoying. It's like you gotta wonder if it was intentional or a like a programming error. I'm not sure, but it's like you were just stuck. You have to do it, or nothing happens. It's like why? Why would you do this?
The absence of light.
Yeah, it does, but you still have to wait it out. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's probably just about the same timing, if not like a little bit longer. Maybe like a split second or something stupid like that, like a quarter second maybe. Because you want to have some kind of incentive to actually do it versus just waiting it out.
This is simply the better.
Try to keep up.
And I thought like, whoa, maybe I can like fight this guy on New Game Plus and maybe I can make it faster. You still lose a lot of time if you have to do that fight. Wow, that was bad positioning. Take the scenic route. Oh, I didn't do it. There we go. I know, like, if I ever got in a marathon, I'd do that, and I'd have that happen, where I just go diving off the end, it doesn't do the clip. When your girlfriend's mother is a born-again Christian and wants to grill you about the two of you enjoy horror movies. Great response, really sticks in the craw. Oh, I have to hear this now, Ronnie. Also, what's up, buddy? Infinite Witch Twist on the skip made the run a million times better, or a billion, 10 million. Crow method sucks. Eh. I got the crow down. Like, basically the big trick for that is having to jump off that raised platform. Because if you don't, then it's really crapshoot. But if you get, like, if you run off the top part is a little bit raised higher, then you're fine. But yeah, I can see people do the Infinite Witch Twist, or you can do the crow like that. As long as you have your movement down, it's about exactly the same, just about. It's pretty close. I think the Infinite Witch Twist is still a little bit faster, like maybe a second. We tested it all out. I can't remember what the timing is, but I know that the Infinite Witch Twist version is like slightly faster. Interesting, you're so fixated on pleasantest horror movies. Bible's extremely graphic depictions of rape and violence, beheadings, crucifixions, people being burned alive. You start how racist, even xenophobic it is. Well, of course. But that's different, though, because that's religion. That's God.
Nothing can contain me.
Try to keep up.
I love this skip, too, because people don't do it. This is like another micro save.
Need to open it.
This is simply the benefit of training.
Oh, you know I do that just slightly too soon. I got my hula skirt.
Take care of this.
Weird, it wouldn't let me do the crow for a second. Awesome! I was wondering what happened. The feathers just stay on the bottom. It's like, let's do some experimentation, see what happens. Oh, I bopped that almost.
Darkness is the absence of light.
Remember, I used to have jinx myself, or as I say, I used to have so much trouble with that, getting that lined up and going for that swimming part. And I can't see anything! Alright, here we go.
This is simply the benefit of training. Darkness is the absence that was easy. Of light.
I think I should probably try the Rodon fight when I get done here too with this New Game Plus pseudo run. Meme New Game Plus run.
Make the back page classified.
Which I'm sure I'll get totally beaten in. It'll be great. Rodon, no matter what you do, yeah, he's always at the infinite climax, exactly. Doesn't matter what difficulty you're on, you know, it's always set to crazy shenanigan mode. I've never beaten Rodon, but of course I haven't really put in the time or energy to do it, so it'd be more of just like a for the lulz situation, I guess you'd call it.
Slow down, will ya? Slow down, will ya? Your turn.
I swear, I don't know what it is. Sometimes you just can't get the feathers to come out. The game's like, no, no, no. Just gonna relax and watch you panic trying to get feathers to come out. I'm getting very hungry. Get some food. Weird, sound got desynced a little bit. Going too fast for the game, apparently. It's like, we're not supposed to be beating you up this fast.
Simply a matter of time.
This is simply the benefit. guess.
Oh no, there's a book. You can actually get hit here by these centipedes. If you're going too, if you get it like too fast, and you don't get the book. Should probably take that off. I'm gonna screw myself up.
Darkness is the absence of light.
It's like you can do the feathers on that guy, but I don't even screw with it. I'm like, no. It's like, I'm just gonna do the guns. We're gonna take care of it. Not gonna mess around. Spider is such a pain in the butt. So I'm thinking for next stream, because I'm streaming a lot later than I'm used to doing. I've been streaming over 4 hours already. What am I doing? Jumping around like a moron. Next stream, probably be finishing up Yoshi's Woolly World. And then maybe another Bayonetta 2 run, I don't know. Get like a little more serious trying to do the runs again. Get in practice for when I get my Elgato back. Or, oh, figure something out. Maybe I'll do more Yoshi's Island. Maybe I'll do Fightcade. If anyone's got Fightcade, I love that. Play some X-Men, not X-Men, what is it? Street Fighter the movie. Oh, baby. That guy added the Fightcade 2, which is like the most jankiest Street Fighter game ever made, and I want that machine. It's funny to see a resurgence of that game. Because people wrote it off as like this terrible, janky, broken game, which it is, but it's a lot of fun because it is that way. And then, like, people finally discover, like, wait a minute, this game's actually fun as hell. It's like, yes, it is. It got added to Fightcade 2, so now you can play against people online. And I so want to get one of those machines, like, for my arcade collection.
This is simply the benefit of
I have a Neo Geo already, famously, as I like to tell everybody. And then I also want to get a Killer Instinct 1 machine, Street Fighter 2 vanilla machine, and Street Fighter the movie, like arcade game. I'd love to get those, like those 3 machines if possible.
Right. I'll go easy on you guys. So let's have some fun.
Oh, we're down with a killer. Oh, missed one.
We're here. And so is my target by the looks of it.
Jean. There she is.
Hold up. Why are you interested in your friend's,
Getting between a man and his next
friend's friend? Your daughter's friend? What is their relationship exactly? Is it a Sailor Moon, we're cousins thing?
You know my target, you dig? I need that one intact.
It's one of the things that cracks me up the hardest. I have to explain to people who don't know about it. Sailor Moon. I have a huge Sailor Moon, first off. Huge Sailor Moon fan. But, back in the 90s,
Performance
they were bringing over the series to the States, and they decided, hey, finally we're going to bring over the S, Super S. Yeah, I think like they had S, like Sailor Moon R, then S, but they didn't have Super S and Super Double S, I think it was the final ones. Hell yeah, Sailor Moon's the best. It's 10 out of 10, not 1 out of 10. It's at least a good 5 out of 7. But, so they decided, okay, we're going to bring over the rest of the series because it's hugely popular. At the time, it was pretty big. And then that became a kind of interesting situation because it was the 90s. They had very different stances on gay relationships than we do now. And Uranus and Neptune are lesbian lovers. So they said, we can't have lesbian lovers in our show. Even though it was full, I mean, like in the original source material, all the girls were bisexual. But, so they decided, we're not going to make them lovers, we're going to make them cousins instead. So they turned a lesbian relationship into an incestuous relationship instead. You gotta love the idea, you gotta love the thinking behind it. They're not lovers, they're incestuous couple?
This is simply the benefit.
Yeah, the American version of that, the English dub, got hacked to pieces.
Umbra never fails.
That was one of the things years ago when I first met Carmen. And she found out I'm a huge Sailor Moon fan. I have all the episodes in English and Japanese. She had never seen the Japanese version, so I started burning her copies of it on DVD. And just like, she didn't realize like how much of the show had just been like chopped out for American standards, or basically we're gonna make our own plot lines here. We're not gonna use all these different things. We're gonna speed up the plot, and it was just crazy. So what am I doing? Just holding on to my magic. I can keep it on the entire time. Derp, derp, derp. The only problem I have with the Sailor Moon cartoon was that there was a lot of filler. Like, tons of filler. So a couple of years ago, they came out with Sailor Moon Crystal, which is more of the original manga designs, and they're actually just doing straight off the storyline for that, which is funny, because some fans are complaining, they're like, oh, this isn't as good. It's like, where are all these other crazy episodes where they go to the amusement park? I'm like, that was filler. That doesn't exist. This just gets rid of all the filler, just goes straight for the source material. So it's kind of nice. So you can have like the entire series done in like under 60 episodes. I think they did to 40, and then they have movies coming out. There's like 2 movies coming out. It's supposed to be this summer, but of course COVID worldwide, so who knows. So I'm waiting for the Sailor Moon movies. Then I'm waiting for the final end of Evangelion movie to be out. That was supposed to be this summer as well, and that got pushed back to God knows when. Zano's a prick.
Nothing can contain me.
In fact, Carmen actually has Sailor Moon, speaking of that. I let her borrow my Sailor Moon R for Super Nintendo. Let's see if it despawns him or not. Nope, he's there. We're good. That was close. I forgot about the whole despawning thing.
Darkness is the absence.
So she's currently borrowing Sailor Moon R, which is a 2-player beat-em-up.
Umbra never fails.
And she actually, I think it was her or somebody else asked me, like, they made us, somebody in chat, because they knew I was a Sailor Moon fan, of course. And I was playing the arcade version on stream. There's an arcade beat-em-up, and I've played it before at Galloping Ghost. They're like, don't you want to add that in your collection? I'm like, no, actually the arcade game is terrible. It's like, as a fan for a pure collecting point thing, it'd be kind of neat, but it's a rare machine, so, It costs a lot of money for a terrible game. I'm not sure if I want to pull that trigger.
This is simply the benefit of training. I stand for the
That makes me wonder. I'm thinking here, like, taunting him at the end kind of speeds him up a little bit. If I did a new game plus run... No, it seemed like have the, have whatever it's called there to basically make him angrier, like the taunt him constantly. It's like, have that on, but then of course you wouldn't have the climax brace too, which makes you stronger. I'm trying to think and talk at the same time. It's not working out too well, as you can tell. I'm not used to playing a more demanding game. It's like, I used to play like more chill stuff on my streams because I haven't been able to do other things, but it's a little more demanding.
darkness is the absence of light.
It's like, even though I'm playing like New Game Plus, it's still like, you gotta pay attention.
Nothing can contain me.
Down. Thank you.
Darkness is the absence of light. This is simply the benefit of training.
It's not letting me up. I'm seeing double. 4 roses. So when you come to my stream, watch me play Bayonetta 2, you're going to hear the same jokes over and over. That I can guarantee.
As long as there is light, the shadow remains cast.
Oh, yes. Like a broken record, baby. Or skipping record, I should say. If even the younger generation knows what a record is anymore.
Darkness is the absence of light.
Yes, it's an analog CD, but a lot larger. Pretty soon it's gonna be like, what's a CD? Sure, there's something I saw online. It was a video. It was like the disconnect that people have already, like the newer generation. Like when you mimic, like, what's it like on a phone? Like, what are you talking on a phone? Like, a lot of people, like my generation and older, you know, will like put thumb and index or pinky finger out, kind of like a Y in sign language, and talk like that. But now, turns out kids with cell phones, they actually just do like an open palm and put it like to their ear and like their palm to their mouth, like you're holding up a cell phone. That's like new talking on the phone, whereas the older generations use like picking up a handle. Yes, think like a laser disc. Actually, crazy enough, there was a video format on vinyl back in the early 80s. It was called CEDs. Got exactly what it stands for, but yeah, exactly. You know exactly what I'm talking about. They're very expensive to collect for now, and a lot of them don't even work right because they got worn out. There we go. Positive electronic disc. I'm sure you Googled it, but either way, I appreciate it because now I know. Either that or you're a fan like I am of dead media. So I have a HD DVD player. Look at you, like a boss. Pardon me.
This is simply the best.
Yeah, a lot of them are disked, or actually the player issues itself, the parts inside just not working right or dying. But of course, also some of them are just like the discs are just worn out. Yeah, they were like super cheap. RCA is like, well, we spent years trying to make this. We just might as well put it on the market. It was just like, use as cheap parts as we can, try to recoup the losses. It was like, nope. Yeah, it was something crazy. I remember they spent like years on it. It's like, oh my god. Like, well, we gotta put it out now. We spent all this time. And the odd thing, I think they were competing with themselves too. It's like they invented the laser, like the RCA, I think it was the ones there, and they had Laserdisc or as well. I was like, what is wrong with you guys? Like, literally, it was like one company, one division not talking to the other. They make the Laserdisc, okay.
Nothing can contain me.
Well, Blu-ray pretty much won out in the format wars, even though they're identical. Because Sony owns like 85% of the like movie studios and distribution. So they're like, guess what? They didn't at first, but then they started buying out other companies to ensure that they were going to win that fight, and they did.
And now, if you'll
I only have like 3 movies for HD DVD. It's Batman Begins, Face Off, and Face Off was given to me as a gift, and Swordfish, which is like Hugh Jackman as a hacker, and Halle Berry takes off her top for the first time in a movie, and people are like, oh my god, this is great. It wasn't that good of a movie. No. And I doubt that.
Darkness is the absence of light.
See how incredibly dangerous it is. It's like, you ever hear about the nuclear Boy Scout? This guy was like obsessed with like trying to build a nuclear bomb as a kid, and he built a breeder reactor in his backyard. Ah, cool. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. I always love that one, it's so satisfying. Don't you mean here they keep coming? Just out of curiosity, how many reds and stuff have I used? Well, I'm getting pretty low on reds, been burning through a lot of those. Whoa, what? And spin the win. I'm surprised it actually took it so fast. Usually even on emulation, you're like left jamming on the climax button as fast as you can trying to get the register because it's trying to load up and fast enough. So you're going too quick. Don't you dare say anything about here. This is the most beautiful person ever. Jubileus rules over. You're just a hater. God, I'm so glad that guy. So I've only had to ban one person ever from the Discord. It's like, well, had to be a good one. It was worth it. We all gave him a chance. Yeah, I discussed it earlier, and like Jay, who was here earlier on the stream, he's like, doesn't that character have like no personality or anything? I'm like, yes. He's like, why did they think that this is the best character? Don't know. Probably on the spectrum and hyper focusing. Oh god. Yeah, see what they do. Just watch like one of her mods just like totally take you out. Don't know what you're here. We're not dealing with this. Yeah, why do they hate her? It's the best character ever. You're just jealous because you can't stand it. It's all haters. Oh, nothing. Just musing more about that stuff. I said it'd be funny if you go into there and call Gala like a Jubileus hater, and like one of the mods just bans you, times you out. Like, hey, we're not gonna deal with that crap. No, it's an inside joke. I promise. Had someone time out somebody else on a. I was like watching, I think it was Maximilian's stream. And usually his mods are pretty good. And this is back before he actually had to clear house. He had some mods that were not, who were like, we're all of a sudden like, we're power hungry. Like, I'm a mod and like I can kick out whoever I want, those type of people. And he actually, I think it was like 2 years ago, he's like, he got rid of a lot of people who were like that, and his modding team is fine now. But yeah, Red Letter Media came up for whatever reason, and I love Red Letter Media. And I mentioned like a meme for that, and someone called me hack fraud, which is like inside joke for Red Letter Media fans. And the mod like timed that guy out. I had to message the mod myself. I'm like, listen, unban the guy, like untime him out. It's an inside joke among people who are RLM fans. Just, it's fine. It's like, he's not insulting me. I was like, you still shouldn't say things like that here. It's like, you know, this is like detrimental to the community, and it's like, it's not your stream, dude. A good mod basically is, will ask, okay, you know, ask the streamer, what are your guidelines? What do you put up with? What do you not put up with? And then go from there. Because back when I was modding for Yellow Killer Bee, still am, but when she was like streaming a lot, she's kind of semi-retired from it. She was actually one of the hosts for SGDQ. But when she was like streaming full time, it was one of the things when she made me mod. I pulled her aside. I'm like, okay, what do you tolerate? You know, what do you want to let go in your chat? What's not acceptable? What's acceptable? You know. Oh, you should. It's like, unfortunately, because she lives in Australia and I'm on the East Coast, I don't get to catch too many of her streams, but she does a pretty good job. I find her stuff entertaining, especially her commentary. She got pretty good. I think the one time I was in there, she had like 50 viewers on average, so she does pretty well on a stream. There you go. Yeehaw. Super speedy run where I wasn't even having a timer up. Oh, looks like I dropped frames too. Crap, 792. That's crazy. Sorry about that. I haven't dropped frames in a while. It's been unusual. I think the last time it happened was 2 weeks ago. And that was like any server you went to, Twitch was having a problem. It was like 3,000 frames dropped just like if you could barely get connected up. Let's see what the unofficial time is. Actually, that's the new game plus. It's just going to show the old time on top of it. It don't matter.
Darkness triumphs.
There we go. All right. Well, I've been streaming for like 4 hours and 40 minutes, which for me is stupidly long, so it's time for me to wrap it up. I've been playing for way too long, tired, I'm hungry, need to get going stuff, so thanks for hanging out, everybody. I do appreciate it. Of course, shout outs to Taka and his amazing sub 2 hour run. Can't wait to verify that. Ronnie showed up as well. Jay, Twalis, and anybody else who was lurking. You guys are always cool and awesome. Oh, Cap showed up as well. Cap Revenge. You guys are always cool, so thanks for hanging out. Especially as I was just kind of screwing around with this game. So I normally stream at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you don't know when that is, just copy and paste that into Google and it'll tell you for wherever you live in the world. Check me out on Twitter as well, Morsel555. Something comes up and I have to postpone the stream or like start it later or cancel it, you'll know there. I usually stream every other day, so let's see, it'd normally be Tuesday, but I'm planning to see my girlfriend just briefly there, but she lives like almost an hour away, so I gotta go drive there to see her. So I'm thinking, and then Wednesday I have a back appointment where I'm gonna be driving all day long, so I'm thinking probably my next stream is gonna be Thursday the 24th. I really hate to do that far out. Plan so far is to finish up Yoshi's Woolly World. I'm on like the last segment, like there's 5 worlds. I'm on the last one, World 5. Finish that up, and then I'll figure out what to do. Maybe do some more Yoshi's Island, or play some X-Men, not X-Men. I keep saying X-Men for some reason. Street Fighter, the movie, the game. Just have fun with that playthrough. Do some Fightgate, something like that. But I do want to get back into playing Bayonetta 2 a lot more often. So when I get my Elgato back, hopefully I can test out my Switch and make sure everything's working there and get back into doing speedruns because I've been really wanting to do that since I've got my back surgery. So no more excuses. It's time to get back to the grind. So that's the plan. So thanks for hanging out and hopefully see you guys next time.